My apologies. I got a little lost into the vibes there. Yeah, the track I stuck in the Discord, that honor and devotion thing for Space Marine 2, that's hard to stop listening to. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, whatever time it is, wherever you are. How are we doing today? Zionon, welcome in. Good to see you. Do I have the projector thing up here? Let me put this here so I don't have to look off to the side. So, real quick, last Saturday I was something of a zombie. I was barely functional. Now today I am a hell of a lot better. Still tired, but I actually have some degree of energy to start with, and hopefully we'll carry through the majority of the stream. We're looking at potentially about a 3-hour stream today. Nothing too long, nothing too running it too late, because Zionon, it's already really late for Zionon, and this is just the normal stream time for me, I guess. Which is weird because it's Saturday, and Saturday I'm supposed to start like ridiculously early, like relative to the whole like what actual time is, right? Because ever since daylight savings time, this is the thing I need to stick on like the channel description or something. It's just like the times are in Pacific Standard Time, which is what the Glacier Base time link is linked to. Like we don't have daylight savings here at Glacier Base, or even in the core realm. I don't think that's a thing. It's nothing anyone ever came up with. So when your guys' clocks change, ours don't. It's still like 3 p.m. here. Well, 3:15 or about that, right? 1500. But over there, it's 4. It's 1600. So it's just a little bit of an off throw. But what's weird is that it's a Saturday for you guys. And don't even get me started on how our weeks work. It is not the weekend right now. But we don't for some reason today I'm able to make it to what would normally be during your guys' weekday time frame. But I can't do that during the actual week, so it's weird. It's weird. Just how things panned out today is weird. But I'm having a good day. I have a degree of energy that'll carry through the majority of the stream. I shouldn't be yawning my ass off like I was like a half an hour into last time. So we should be good to go. Zionon has rolled a wonderful patch, a bunch of bug fixes for Miniknog residents. So I'm looking forward to seeing that, looking forward to running that and actually getting to engage with it a little bit more than just kind of being I'm just kind of shooting while having my eyes closed and just kind of zoning, which to be fair was a vibe. It was a cool vibe, even if it wasn't quite the vibe I was going for. It's, again, I can't have a bad day with Starbound. It doesn't matter what I do, it doesn't matter how badly I'm getting my ass kicked by bosses, dungeons, or just having a hard time finding a specific item. Starbound's always a vibe. I don't think I've ever had a bad day playing Starbound, even if I'm exhausted. So that's just kind of how this goes, right? But anyway, without further ado, I'm going to actually bring Zionon in. I'm going to undeafen. I also still learning I changed the way my audio things work, right? So my control panel before didn't have a toggle mute for the main audio tracks, and now they do, but they're not new buttons. I just changed previously existing buttons that were labels to actually do something. So that's nice. I don't have to change control decks for that one. But at the same time, it's kind of it messes with me. It throws me off just a little bit. Hello, Zionon, you there?
There it is, the jump scare.
Actual jump scare.
Yes. It's always so awkward to just listen to you vibe and listen to you on the stream, and then you unmute yourself before, right? I mean, you don't, but I have the stream delay.
I did give you a little bit of a warning and even went off on a side tangent though, so you don't have an excuse this time.
I don't have an excuse. I'm making one up. I hear you are much better rested this day.
You can tell when son of a... Damn it, Zet. He hit me with the metal pipe.
Deserved.
Yeah, deserved. Thank you for the hydrate. I do actually have water in front of me. It's not fresh water, but...
Is it salt water?
No. It's not stale is what I mean. Because that's what happened to... I think it was...
It's not fresh water. I was just sitting here, what the fuck are you drinking?
Well, that's the thing, is sometimes I'll like get water and like put it in, like I've got a big thermos that I keep on my desk. And it's strictly for water. I used to have other stuff in it, but it was just like, no, like this is my water thing. I've got another thermos that I use for like sodas and whatnot. But sometimes I will run into these situations where I will just either not be home or I'll be busy with something and I'll leave it there and I'll go like, oh hey, there's water in this. And then I'll take a sip of it and I'll just kind of cringe lightly and go like, that's been sitting there for a day or two. it's still water. It just tastes slightly funny. It's not bad. It's kind of like, were you? I don't know if you know about the stale Pepsi incident. Did I ever tell you about that, or were you there for those streams?
I do not know about that, but please indulge me.
It's not a couple months ago, because I started in February. Oh, time frames. I guess it'd be a month and a half ago or so for, I guess, you guys in that realm. More about a month for me, because, again, differences in time measurement and scale and whatnot. I'm getting off topic already. Basically, I picked up stream. We started doing, like, MechWarrior and Helldivers and whatnot, and I noticed that the Pepsi I was drinking from a 2-liter that I had Inky pick up just tasted funny. And I'm just like, oh, maybe, maybe this glass hasn't been like through the wash, correctly or whatever. Because we have the same problem as reportedly what I hear about from like you guys from your realm, where your like dishwasher machines will sometimes like leave residue behind, and sometimes it makes it taste funny. It's not bad for you necessarily, but it's like, it'll make you like glance at the glass and go like, maybe I should like rinse that out. Well, I went and did that, and it was just like, no, it just tasted funny. So eventually I went and looked at the like expiration date on the 2-liter that we had. You wanna know how far back it was? Actually, take a guess as to how far back it was.
A Pepsi. A 2-liter Pepsi, it just has been standing in your room.
I mean, you would... A normal, decent being would just drink this within at least a week. But since this is a weird-ass story, I'm gonna guess with 2 months.
Worse. This is sort of February, right? It was September last year. It's like September 15th last year. And here's the worst part. It's one of those cases of like, it hadn't been sitting in our cabinet for that long. I just had her pick up, hey, I was just like, hey, go get a few 2 liters of whatever soda you want from the realm, because I know you like that sort of stuff. I have a soft spot for it too. It's the thing, Mechanized have sweet teeth. We love sweets, and soda's right in there with it. It's one of those cases of like, I have put it to the matriarchs to be like, yo, maybe we should put something like this in production. I haven't told them where I got the idea from. I'm just like, what about this? It hasn't happened yet, so we're kind of limited to whatever we can swing getting from Solus Exalta, which is great because you guys have it nailed down to a science. But at the same time, this is something that she's just like she was glaring at me just like, what do you mean it's out of date? And I showed her and she goes like, I just bought that. I literally just bought that like last week. Why is it that far back expired? And that's just one of those cases of like, the store she got it from just happened to haven't checked if they had out of expired stock on the shelf, apparently. And so I had her start checking, and the next 2 visits, more of those September 2-liters kept showing up, to the point where she went up to the counter and was just like, yo, by the way, you have these things on the shelves that taste funny. You probably like, I don't want to make more work for you or anything. She gets it. She gets how retail goes. We have that here too. It's just like, I don't want to make more work for you, but just so you know, this is what people are buying and they probably don't realize it. Just letting you know. And not literally 2 days later, she goes back in there and fresh stock. And it's just like, thank you. Good on you for, good on her for saying something. Good on the people at the store for actually being like, oh shit, that's not good. And actually doing something about it.
Man, I have no words. It's so... How could you?
I mean, it certainly made us more vigilant about, like, expiration dates and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, this is something that, like, I myself am particularly picky about. Like, I can't help being sensitive to odd smells or odd tastes and whatnot. It's just how I am. And when something tastes funny, it's just like, okay, is this expired? Is it old, etc., right? Like, and that's the thing. We don't really have necessarily expiration dates here. It's just kind of like, okay, we do, but we don't. It's not widespread. It's for more like specific things. Like the majority of what, like, I guess the equivalent to our basics are what your guys refer to as MREs, meals ready to eat. Ours are just meals in a can, right? And those suckers are designed to keep for decades. I have some that are from like 40 years ago that are still good, that I just crack open and go like, oh, hey, I'll have this right now, and it's fine. It doesn't taste funny at all, you know? But more, I guess, like, and I guess that's the kind of the side effect when you have an industry of like food or whatever that creates a lot of perishables, whereas ours just doesn't. At least not to that extent, right? So it's like we don't have food that comes in boxes and goes like, hey, used by this date or whatever. Because all of our bases are basically self-sustaining, so all of our stuff is fresh. We're never really using stuff that's been in storage or really needs to be worried about by like this indicated manufactured date. So it's a little bit alien to us to just kind of run into that and go like, oh, so that's what happens when, you know, that occurs. That's what that, you know, printed date is for. And I'm glad it happened with the Pepsi, because it was one of those cases of like, it tastes funny, but it's not awful, right? It's like still drinkable. Barely. It definitely got worse, but it was one of those cases of like, and again, for context, it's one of those cases of like, we don't have a whole lot of money to throw around for like Solus Exultant stuff. It's one of those cases where we have a little bit of a bottleneck there. It's like, you know, if it was mech stuff, you know, I'm the branch commander. I can fucking request anything I want, right? And I have enough built up, like, you know, if I want to get into the mech economy and how all that works, basically it works on like a requisition system of just like, you need this for what reason and how much like overflow have you earned based on your service to mechanized society and whatnot, right? Very alien to what I see of Solus Exultant, right? But, you know, with that, we don't have a lot of like actual cash to fling around. So it's like, you know, when we spend $4 or $5 on a 2 liter of soda, it's like, that you don't want to throw that out, especially if it's still drinkable, you know? I don't know if any of this is making sense. I'm kind of just like going down this tirade of what
It's making sense, but I'm still shaking my head.
It's just like, yeah, it's just one of those days where I say you in a general context. I very much feel Inky, Venenoom was looking at me and just like, she's like one of, you know, I guess, quote unquote, my sister or whatever, you know. It's hard to explain my relationship with her. Even she was just like, friggin', like, what the hell? Her and Modus just both look at me like mechanized have a very distinct, like, shocked face that they make when they're like really like confounded. It's almost like it's like a running joke of like how you can tell when you've truly confounded a mech, because they all kind of like, we all make this particular face. It's just like, like you know, like the way you put in chat there, the O's in the period, like that, but more like, I don't know, how do I put this? I like that kind of, just like wide eyes and like an oh kind of mouth is a thing that all mechs do for some reason. When you've well and truly just baffled us. And they both look at me like this and they're just like, why? why? How? And it's like Modus being the logistics side of things for like upper branch command was just like, how are they that incompetent? How hard is it to just do a check every week and make sure that this stuff isn't out of just like, it's one of those cases of like he couldn't fathom it. And
How the fuck did he not die?
pretty much, right? So it's just so like this is the expanded story, right? Like, you know, I talked about this lightly on stream when it was happening. I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm drinking Pepsi that's expired by several months. But this is the broader, like, you know, this is what was going on around that too. And it's just can't even. But
Yeah, this is that's a special story for a special man. You're a special man.
Well,
Oh,
it was certainly a lesson. You keep an eye
I
on.
hope you learned your lesson.
It's kind of become a thing where like anything that Inky brings back from Solus is always, she will always make sure she's checked the expiration date to make sure it's not expired. Because at this point, we don't know what that actually refers to. Because there's always this like running thing of like you throw it out after it's expired, but like now we had this incident with the soda and it's just like, well, wasn't bad, but I guess it depends on what it is and like how expired ends up turning into what. Because like different things expire in different ways. Soda is a mix of chemicals and sugar. So, which in itself is a chemical. Anyway, soda's just this really tasty blend of chemicals. Oh god, if I really want to get technical, everything is a really tasty blend of chemicals, or not so tasty blend of chemicals, depending on what it is. But that's kind of what I'm getting at, is that different things will go bad in different ways. They don't just all turn into, like, if we go to Starbound logic, they don't just all turn into piles of gunk, which I think is funny. Like, and on the subject of that, I love that Starbound actually has a expiry mechanic for food. I think that's actually really cool. Something you don't see a lot of in like survival games, like Minecraft, right? You could play or even Terraria. You could play Minecraft or Terraria and get food in those games, and like you could have like this peach that you got at the start of your playthrough, and at the very end of the game, you've beaten all the bosses. You're Lord of the World. You're this flying badass, you know, that can kill anything that tries to challenge you, and still have this peach in a box at your base that you've got at the start of the playthrough. It's still fine. It's still fine. So it's like kind of like, and it's interesting because it changes the way base design works a little bit, in that you have to have at least, like, if you want to keep food long term, you either need non-perishable ingredients, like how I will keep like lots of rice and sugar and chocolate in that cabinet or in that barrel on my ships that can always be turned into food in a pinch. But also, if you want to store like pre-made buff food that has a lot of powerful effects that you can only make at those kitchen counters, you need some sort of refrigerated storage. You need an ice box, you need a fridge, you need something like that, which is a really cool little like addition. And it gives more room to like decorating bases and making them feel lived in, as opposed to just, oh yeah, there's a box right here. Like it's just another crate or another cabinet or whatever, and it's stuffed full of food. Whereas opposed to, no, you keep your food in the fridge so it doesn't go bad. You keep the ingredients that don't go bad nearby wherever it is you do your cooking. It just changes base design or ship design for that in a really cool and I guess diegetic way within the game, as opposed to it just being like, you don't, like in Minecraft or whatever, people will design a fridge and keep their food in there because it looks good and it makes sense, but mechanically there's no reason to do so. But in Starbound, there's a reason to do that, and I love that. I like how this has gone from me talking about the expired Pepsi to how Starbound does, like, food mechanics and base design. Just so you know I'm having a good day, and you can hear the energy, I hope, because I can feel the energy. I am loving this right now.
You are pumped.
Well, like, I have had, like even the past week, right, couple of streams, I have just been kind of out of it. I've been in it, but out of it. In most cases, of like, especially because the technical difficulties on Thursday were just awful. Like, can't even. Don't even get me started on that. That's something me and Citronian need to try and work on Maybe tomorrow or Monday to figure out if we can continue Mercs on Tuesday. Maybe.
Oh yeah, right. You had the. I joined a bit later, and I wasn't quite sure if you were talking about a person or the game when you said like, oh yeah, there was some problems, and now we changed games because this is. Oh, you said it in a way that I wasn't sure if you talk about the person. I don't remember precisely what it was. What you said.
I don't remember exactly what I said either, but I can tell you what went wrong in a manner that doesn't involve a gigantic list, a gigantic tirade, if I can keep myself from going off on that rant. Basically, Citronian, one of the regulars, one of the brothers, as I refer to him, because him and Zytronaut are actual brothers, so whenever they play together, you know, I can just refer to them as the brothers rather than calling them by name. Anyway, Citronian was having trouble connecting to our MechWarrior 5 Merc save, which, you know, I'm hosting, and whenever he would connect, the game would wig out. Menus would be broken, he'd get locked in screens or couldn't access them at all, and it was just kind of like, well, we can't play if you can't get to the mission screen to ready up so we can deploy, you know? So that's unfortunate. And then Zytronaut, his brother, comes home and he's able to connect just fine, so it's just like, what the hell? It's not the save being borked. He can't connect to instant action because, like, we've looked through all these different things about, like, oh, maybe the save is corrupted or whatever, or like the inventory is overloaded, because that's a thing where if you overload your inventory really bad in MechWarrior 5 Mercs, the game just doesn't handle it well. Like, it's kind of like how, you know how with the pixel printer in Starbound, how if you have admin mode on and you load that up, it has to load everything and the game kind of chugs for a minute while it does that?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that.
Yeah.
Except this can brick saves within Mech 5 Mercs if you overload your inventory, right? And at first we thought, oh, maybe that's what it is. Maybe we just kind of like overloaded it. So we pared it down and whatnot. That didn't work. We did a whole bunch of stuff to try and make it work, and it just didn't. And then we switched over to instant action, which shouldn't be related to this, and it still doesn't work. And then Zytronaut comes along, it's just like, I can connect just fine, dude. So it's clearly a you problem. So we're just like, fuck this, let's go play Mech 5 Clans, which doesn't use those systems. And, you know, it's a game we were already planning to get to at some point. It's just, we had to start a little bit earlier because Mercs was not behaving in the slightest. It's like, all right, we've been playing with technical difficulties for 2 hours. Let's go do something fun for reals instead of, and we'll deal with this off stream later. It's basically what that boiled down to.
But you could at least then play that game together, right?
Yeah, we were able to play clans, which is nice. Here, let me shoot an invite to you on Steam. I've been just sitting on the ship this entire time.
Oh, that's fine then. Let me... Oh god. Maybe save and quit first. That always helps.
Yeah, well, actually, you know, I like this stream because there's not like a pressure to do anything. Like if we just sit here, like there are some of these streams where we will just sit here and talk for the majority of it, and it's fine. That's the whole point of these Saturday streams, is that they're completely chill. There's no obligation to really do anything. We try to do stuff, but it's not like a must, you know? It's not like during the week where it's just like, yeah, we're trying to game, or we're trying to run mission this, or, you know, achieve that.
Will I crash? Will I crash?
No, you will not.
Will I crash?
Hell yeah. At least, I don't think you crash. It says player Blake connected, so.
I have connected. Okay, just let me sort out some things, because I've tried and tested, and now I need to put back weaponry. Beep, beep. And an assault rifle. Ooh. A tactical assault rifle.
It is going to be weird going back to like normal Starbound if I ever like, I guess when, I don't want to say if, because I know I'm going to have to go back to it for some reason or another, but like it'll be weird going back to that and not having like some of the quality of life and changes for open Starbound. Like this, like the freeform zoom thing. Like this is very Terraria-esque, where you can just like zoom in and out as you see fit.
Yeah. But also, like, I really wanted to check everything to know if I have any reason to ever go back, and I just can't find anything.
I mean, yeah, like it's one of those cases of like, I mean, the main game file itself is basically no longer in development. If Chucklefish is still working on it, which reportedly they still occasionally come back to, for like the occasional patch, like rarely, but never anything major. So like at this point, you know,
Yeah, I mean the last thing they did was they just made an Xbox version, right?
yeah, pretty
And
much.
that was basically a final patch. Oh, it's not a patch for us. Like we didn't even get anything.
Yeah, no, they just finished the port for it, so the Xbox players can play the game. Which, hey, good on them. Xbox players get to enjoy, a damn good game, in my opinion. I have been like down in that like state of just like, everything's an opinion. Someone says this game sucks, I can say this game's good because reasons, right? I blame the Helldivers community for that one. Them and their some of the like we talked about that off stream before we started last week, and it was just like. And I guess this is kind of like one of those. I guess this is something I can ask you since you have actual like knowledge in game dev. Like we were talking about the whole balance shenanigans and stuff like that to some extent, because of course we were. If Helldivers comes up, that's one of those things that comes with it. But it's like, is there really like this is something that kind of happens a lot, is players get in their head that there's this like objective like truth to like, hey, the game should be balanced this way because this doesn't feel good. Is that objective, or is that just a subjective thing that they're coming across? Because like they look at like we talked about the whole spreadsheet balancing thing, right? And a big section of Helldivers community that talks about this is looking at all the numbers and going like, this isn't hitting that breakpoint, that isn't hitting this breakpoint, this doesn't feel good for this reason because this number is too far in this direction. And they treat it like it's this objective thing, that this thing cannot be good because the numbers say it cannot be good. Yet you get players like me, Servand, a number of others who will pick up that same piece of equipment that everyone says, no, this is not good, and go like, I don't know, it feels fine to me. And to me, that indicates that it is one of those cases of like, their objectivity is only insofar as what the numbers say, but it doesn't actually relate to how players feel or how players can feel. And that makes the balance a truly subjective thing. You can say like, oh yeah, it may not hit that breakpoint, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the weapon isn't good. Full stop, right?
Yeah, I think that comes down to how do I even start this? There's an interesting I think it's perspective. Because one party might purely look at what is the potential, what is the damage, what is this and that, and another party might actually look at the feel, like give basically the feel of a weapon also credit, right? A game developer I worked with has mentioned this in a balance-wise very nicely, that he said whenever they create something like a weapon with abilities and whatnot, they think of it as if it has carnival tickets, and it uses these carnival tickets to get points like, hey, I have more damage, I have more range, I have more whatever it is, right? And sometimes a weapon can just be objectively worse than another weapon, but it has even something else that for some people might be of value that isn't for others. Even if it's something like, hey, this one has a very loud sound, or I don't know, this one doesn't make sound or whatnot. Something that is for one part of the community completely irrelevant, and maybe for another part of the community has a value. The question is always, what is the intention of the dev? Like, does the dev say like, we make this weapon, I don't know, silent, so for whatever reason, like it severely depends on the game as well, right? Like if it's a PvP game, then a silent weapon already has like some sort of a value, like factual value, and then there's a value that is very subjective. It's like, hey, this weapon is just always worse, but it comes in 10 different colors. It's always worse, but maybe you really like the red one, right? And then it depends on if the dev wants a weapon to just be worse and be a bit more fluff, or if the developer actually made a mistake because they want true quote-unquote balance, right? I think it's always a bit of a question of what is the intention of the developer and what is the target audience the developer designs something for, because that is something that people always seem to ignore, is that there is a target audience. And there's, for example, MMOs where people are like min-maxing their, I don't know, rotations and whatnot, and they say like, hey, this class is just better than the other one, but maybe the target audience is something middle casual players. So a more difficult class is assumed to be performed worse. But if the target audience is hardcore players, then the developer assumes that the player always plays perfect. So you see, like, you have 2 times the exact same game or stats and whatnot, and one is balanced and the other one isn't. Like, one scenario it's balanced and in one scenario it isn't, because the target audience changed.
Right. So if I could like go down like this line here, like we talked about the minigun before, the belt-fed grenade launcher, and I made a comment before about how like statistically speaking, both the minigun and the belt-fed grenade launcher come up short compared to the normal handheld machine gun and the normal grenade launcher, right?
Yep.
And this is just a kind of like a statistical thing. If you look at the numbers, they come up shorter, right? But in terms of how they feel, there's a subset of players that really enjoy that. I quite enjoy that. I pick up the belt-fed grenade launcher, and yeah, I'm not killing things in, less than 2 grenades, right? As opposed to the normal grenade launcher will, but the belt-fed grenade launcher is just bump, 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 bump. It is the howitzer if I switch on admin mode and I'm just going like funk, 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 right? And I don't have to stop. Or the Hyperion. Yeah. It is 100 grenades from start to finish, no pause. And you can set it to fire at, I think, 320 rounds per second, or rounds per minute rather, which that's a pretty good clip of just like funk, 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 bang, 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 bang. It's just satisfying. Is it good statistically? Not really. Like, if you actually look at the numbers, it is not good statistically, but it's kind of satisfying. I think what it does is it's...
Is it like having an explosion radius? Like, is every value worse?
Yes.
Or are there values that are considered useless that are higher?
Okay, so let me see if I remember exactly what it is. Kuroda's right. It does have a shorter, it has a smaller blast radius and does less damage within that blast radius. So I think the normal grenade launcher, right, the one you get base game, is 400 damage at a 4-meter radius with maximum damage 2 meters and closer, right? And then it falls off to the 0 outside of 2 to 4, right?
Yeah.
That is per grenade. You get 10 grenades per belt, and I think you get 4 belts, 1 loaded and 3 spare. I might have Kuroda check that or something if he wants to, but so I actually might be overestimating that. Anyway, so that's how that works out, right? The belt-fed grenade launcher, the BFGL, as he said there, is 100 grenades at 150 damage per grenade with a maximum radius of 2 meters and I think an inner radius of 1. So it's much more precise and it's weaker per blast.
Smaller?
And I think
so it has more accuracy. It has less spray.
I think it still sprays around a fair bit too.
It's more precise.
It's more precise in that you have to. It's more precise in that you have to land your. In order to get
be more precise.
You have to be more precise.
Yep.
And so what ends up happening is it barely has the DPS. I think it barely has the DPS at max fire rate to outpace the standard grenade launcher. And it doesn't have. And what ends up happening, right, is the standard grenade launcher and, to a similar extent, the standard machine gun are both standalone weapons, right? This backpack-fed grenade launcher is very specifically a weapon that takes up 2 slots, and like I told you about the minigun, it requires the backpack to fire. And in the game, the backpack is regarded as one of the most valuable slots. This can be a shield, a mobility tool, an automated defense system like a drone that flies. Remember the guard dogs from the first Helldivers game?
Yeah.
Exactly. So it can be a very powerful slot, including a supply backpack that can refill sometimes all of your ammo, depending on what weapon you're using, including for the grenade launcher and machine gun, where you're getting more ammunition for, and again, this is like, I think the stats are compared against the grenade launcher without the supply backpack and the backpack fed GL, which is its own thing, right? That are taking up 2 slots. Where if you take the other stratagem, that is the supply backpack that can refill your ammunition, you're also getting grenades back, you're getting primary and secondary ammo back, you're getting stims to heal yourself back. So the total value of running the 2 stratagems for the supply backpack to achieve effectively the same thing of this high ammunition grenade launcher gives you more value total than the backpack fed GL, which is less damage, slightly more DPS, but not in a meaningful manner, less radius, and barely more ammunition for it to actually matter. Like, I think the total damage works out to being like the standard GL has 16,000 total potential damage, whereas the backpack fed GL is like 15,000 or something. So even without the supply backpack, the backpack fed GL is statistically worse in terms of even your total potential, even if your DPS is higher. So it kind of gets this like, it gets this run of people going like stats. This thing is functionally worse than standard GL, and then of course you get the question of why would I ever?
Every single way, huh?
Yeah, and then of course you get the question of why would I ever take this? And what I've been kind of working what this thought process has been doing for me lately has been going, I think the way like how we talked about target audiences before, I think Arrowhead's target audience is if you're thinking about min-maxing, this was not made for you because you already have that tool. This is for people who are just more of a vibe. They just want to fire endlessly and don't care about optimizing their damage. Because you know what? The minigun is fun. It is fun to just pin the trigger with a big-ass minigun and just lay into stuff, right? It may not be optimal. It may not be, and of course you get, the line of like, everyone goes like, oh, this isn't viable for high difficulty. Yes, it is. If you actually take what viable actually means, it is. It's not viable in certain contexts because it's a weapon with various drawbacks and whatnot, right? But in terms of like the broad sense of what viable actually means, it's absolutely viable. It's not optimal. That's one of those things where you like hear like various discussions. It's not meta. In the slightest.
Like there's this, you don't have to be optimal. Like I find this very interesting because there's this breaking point to, like there's for example in the game I play like a Monster Hunter. There's also like a gun that has different ammo types, and there's just like one ammo type or 2 actually that are just technically always worse in every way. You just never use them. But there are still people who ask, hey, can I build for this? And yes, you can, and you can kill all the bosses with it. It just takes longer. It's just there's technically no purpose for it, except for you want to use that.
Mm.
And I think that in this case, it is a bit of a balance issue because it's not intended to be this way. Like they try to make all the ammo types viable as in balanced viable, like they should all be meta. That's the goal. But in the context that you're describing, there, like what I don't know is what the devs have intended, right?
Yeah, that's the missing piece of the puzzle.
Also, sometimes developers create something so something else can be better.
Right, so they
just that there is something that if everything is equal, completely like spot on equal, it doesn't matter what you have. Like it doesn't matter what you get, what you drop, what you achieved, because you have no drive to upgrade anything, right?
Right.
I don't know when you get this weapon. It sounds like it's not the standard one. It's like something that you get later, and it's worse than the standard one, which is a bit backwards, right?
Yeah, here's what makes it.
If it's like,
if I could throw one more factor on you, this might actually change your opinion on this one. It's not something you can unlock through gameplay necessarily. It is a paid for item. It is something that the way. Yeah. So here's how. This is why this is kind of like this throws a whole other like concept into it of. It is a premium item. However, you can get it through playing the game solely. Like, I haven't spent a cent on Helldivers. I didn't even buy the game. Someone gifted it to me, right?
It's not pay to win. It's just play to speed up.
Pretty much, yes.
You pay to basically get something which you could also get by playing for, I don't know, 500 hours or something.
It's not quite that extreme,
Whatever
but
the
yeah.
number might be.
Yeah, basically, yeah. The game this is one of those weird currencies or weird cases where the game has premium currency that you can pay real money for to get, but you can also find in the game in small amounts here and there. And of course, people have figured out ways to farm this and whatnot. And of course, if you do, and this is one of those things where I go like, people go like, oh, this is a mind-numbing grind to, and of course it is. If you spend 3-4 hours of just running low difficulty missions, looking for loot, little, I almost said loot boxes, but like, obviously that's a no-no term now. They're crates or gliders or just things in the environment that can contain currency that you use in the game, samples for upgrades, requisition slips to unlock new stratagems, etc., right? Or occasionally super credits, the premium currency. And if you find one of these lots, you will more often than not find 10 of these. You'll get a dime's worth of money, because that's what it basically equates to. 1,000 super credits is 1,000 super credits is $10 US, right? Rarely, on extremely rare occasions, you will get 100 drop, which is really good. Obvious, and it's cool that they allow you to do this, but the actual grind is exceedingly long. And to go on a slight tangent here, people talk about like, oh, this grind is so mind-numbing, it sucks that we have to do this. And I'm just like, it does, but I feel like you could probably do it in a smarter fashion. For example, me, like whenever there's a new war bond coming out, this is something I've been kind of making a point to do. I need to work on it because the new war bond with a bunch of new stuff comes out in like 3 days. Another 1,000 super credit grind, right? I will take it in small chunks as opposed to just slamming the grind. Like when I fire up Helldivers, either the first thing I do or the last thing I do. Sometimes before I go to bed at night, if I haven't played Helldivers at all, is I will run like one mission on like a lower difficulty just to chill, and then I'll wind down by doing some of what would be the super credit grind. I'll do like 5 drops for super credit grind, and then I'll put it down. And I'll do this nightly, where it's like, I'm not spending an hour. If you grind optimally and you run the stuff that actually like makes this go quickly, you're in and out of these missions in like 3 minutes. So I'll spend 15 minutes grinding, and then I'll go to bed. And then I'll do this again the next day. And maybe it's just me, maybe I'm crazy. And this is totally one of those cases of if you try to like throw this into the community, be like, hey, maybe try this instead, someone's gonna be like, oh, you're a glazer, you're trying to downplay the grind. No, I'm not. I'm just trying to take it in a manner that doesn't break my brain with numbness, right? I feel like, personally, maybe this would be, I'm not excusing the grind. I don't think it should be as harsh as it is, because if you actually look at the numbers, it is quite wild. I forget what the exact number is, but it's like it's a big time investment. If you're grinding optimally and your luck is up there, right? It's still going to take you somewhere between 3 to 5 hours of just running this nonstop to go from 0 to 1,000, right? That does suck, right?
It's kind of interesting to me. And maybe finish here.
I guess
I try to keep the thought.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, to kind of put a lid on it, I'm not saying the grind isn't bad and that it shouldn't be better or shouldn't be lessened. And Corona does have a point, which I'll tag in a moment here. But if you are going to grind, I feel like there are ways to achieve this that don't encroach upon, like players talk a lot about like one of the big things content creators will talk about is like, what does the casual player have time for, right? Obviously you don't have people, like the majority of players are not playing all day every day. They're not content creators, they're not no lifes like me or whatever, right? They only have a couple hours to game every night, right? If that, right? So why would they want to spend their couple hours grinding to get the new content if they don't want to shell out $10 to, go to whatever company or whatever, right? And my answer to that is they don't have to do that. They can still play whatever mission they want, and then if they have a little bit of time left over, not enough for a whole mission, because the whole Helldivers mission is like 40 minutes or whatever, right? If you spend the entire time in there. If you have like, say, 15, 20 minutes left over, which isn't necessarily enough for a whole other drop unless you're like really running it, and you don't want to start a whole nother set of missions, then just spend 10 minutes doing a little bit of credit grinding, and then log off. Take it in little bite-sized chunks, and the next thing you know, like, if you do this, when you play consistently, if you're like playing like once a day for a couple hours every week for like a month, next thing you know, you're already well over the extent of buying that war bond and able to buy other stuff in the store as well, because this is just part of your habit now. Next thing you know, you're not grinding, it's just a thing you do. And that's the difference between, like, this is why I always get on people's cases about, like, why do you go and break your brain and burn yourself out on these games, grinding something and driving yourself crazy because, oh, I have to do this and I have to do that. Why rush when you don't have a time? You shouldn't be putting this weird time constraint on yourself. Like, I have to do this for this 5-hour thing and just have to, hunker down and, just push through it. Why do it that way when you can split it up into this myriad of other things, right? So that's why I kind of get a little bit like, people complain about the grind and I'm just like, it's not my fault you're taking, it's not the dev's fault you're taking a mechanic and turning it into this thing where, yes, it is mind-numbing to do it this way, when there are other ways you can approach it to achieve the same results without nearly as much strain on you, the player. So that's my whole opinion on that. But it does still, like, to put, like, again, that was a lot longer than I thought it would be.
Yeah, just let's try to get to it.
Yeah, it does not change the fact that even if you are doing this, whether you're grinding, paying money, or, doing this thing where you occasionally, like, where you grind a little bit every single day as opposed to doing these big chunks, these weapons that are regarded as weaker than base game stuff are still in packages that are considered paid content, which throws that's a whole other factor of, like, it's not just target audience, it's like, this is target audience that is paying for this too. And are they actually getting what they want out of this? Like, are they looking for the power fantasy, or are they just looking for the experience of this weapon is satisfying to use?
I think there's probably also, if the intention is that this is an item that for a majority of the people is being bought. I don't know how the power creep is in this game, but I could also imagine that they just slightly missed the goal, because I think what they likely intend is to create a weapon that is just a minuscule amount better, or not even better, but just pretty equal to something else that exists, but that people will try to find an angle where they can say, yeah, it's better for this and that case, so people want to have this weapon, right?
Mm-hmm.
But not to a degree that it is quote-unquote outrageous that the game feels pay to win, that the community is going to be like, oh, they create weapons that we either need to grind for or buy because they're so much better, right? They're just straight up 5-10% better or something. So I think it's better, it's safer for them to create something that is slightly too weak and have a bit of an outrage with people who bought it than the people who didn't buy it being angry.
Mm.
And in the long term, creating weapons like that allows them to create more weapons over time without having a power creep, right?
Right. Yeah, I guess I can see that.
Or a rapid power creep. Like, eventually they want the power creep, so you keep buying things, right? If this is a business model. Because then you get into, at some point, it's also a question of not what is the developer doing balance-wise, but what is the developers getting ordered to do from a business perspective.
Yeah, that's a whole other that's a whole other can of worms, I bet. But yeah, it's just kind of like it's one of those things where I'm just trying to get my head around a little bit, and like, yeah, like what you're saying is definitely clicking, and it makes a lot more sense to me. It's also one of those cases of like, I feel like this is one of those things where like if you try to tell this to like the player base, like the actual audience, a lot of them will look at you like you're crazy, because this is not something that I think the majority of them think about. There's a reason why these things have such a bad rep, and not the least of which is some of the content creators, which will prop it up as like, this thing came out subpar. Of course they do, right? When you have we have content creators for any game, and you roll a patch or whatever, and kind of meta talk, seeing is what we're about to do. But when you have content creators that, you know, will scrutinize every little thing you do to a game, you come out with it being like, when you have people that are very, I guess, blunt about whether something stands up to the meta or not, and when it doesn't, you get this like running line that this thing is not, you know, it's not worth your time, it's not worth the money or whatever. But I think this is largely, and unfortunately, this is one of those cases where it is largely a case of the audience that follows them will be more likely to roll with that and have that preconceived notion of, like, when if in the event they do pick it up for whatever reason, like say another player drops it in a mission that they don't have access to it themselves, but another player brings it and then drops it so they're able to pick it up and play with it. I believe that preconceived notion that so and so who has this running, you know, has an audience that says these weapons, and this including one that I just picked up here for whatever reason, maybe I just wanted to try it or whatever, the preconceived notion that this thing is subpar will make it feel worse than if you had just picked it up and played with it yourself and not have that preconceived notion at all. I do think that is a...
No.
I think that is a thing that is often, like... Because, like, I've thought about this before, where, like, they're, like, some of these guys will go, like, I just give you the numbers. You guys are free to do with that what you will, right? But the thing is, if you tell someone that something is bad, that sets the immediate... That kind of sets the bias already, where even if you're saying, oh yeah, I let my audience think for themselves, but in the very act of creating the content and having a bias for that content, you are already influencing the way their thoughts work. You're already setting people up to think this is bad or this is good, depending on what you say about it. Which is kind of like I think trying to bring this kind of information that we've had this talk about, like the nuances of the situation, trying to put that toward the community, as much as I would love to, probably wouldn't go so well, because most of them are already predisposed into like, no, this, and this, even if what you're saying makes sense, does not click with the established narrative, unfortunately. What are you doing over there? I see you typing again. I see you spawning stuff.
Oh, right now I just have the inventory open. Right now I'm like just looking at what Korota is writing.
Yeah, he's been talking about the kind of the other aspects of what we've been discussing. Like, I've been very hard focused on that one weapon, because it's hard to... It's a broad subject that gets broader and broader the more you look at it, so I was kind of trying to keep it condensed to like this one thing. But yeah, he is right in that they're rolling a war bond like once every 2 months or something like that. So let's say a new player picks up the game, right? And now they're faced with 20-something different $10 packs of different gear with different specs and different uses and even different target audiences, question mark, which isn't, you know, so if you think about that from a grind perspective, if it's a 5-hour grind, so like if you get the worst luck or whatever, and you're just kind of like in the situation of like, you're stuck grinding for 5 hours, whether it be in part or in whole, right? In parts or in whole, you have to spend 5 hours to get this one $10 pack, and there's 20 of these things. That's 100 hours of game time to unlock all of the content that has been put in the game, or you shell out however much money you need to buy them all ahead of time. And then there's the grind to actually, like, it's not just buy, you buy to gain access to them necessarily, but no, you buy the ability to unlock them through gameplay. That's the other thing. That's I kind of missed that facet of it. You play the game, you earn medals by doing missions, which you then use to unlock the weapons. But all these war bonds use medals. War bonds are the packs, right? So you pay $10 and then you still have to grind out like 500 some odd medals, give or take, depending on what the different items are priced at in order to unlock them. So not only do you pay $10 that you either ground out or paid for yourself, but you also have to play however, like some of these things are at the very end of these things and cost several hundred medals to actually get to. So you have to play even longer to get to this item that then comes up being subpar, which I don't think helps the perception any. On top of what the content creators will say about them before most players have even gotten to them. So like, it's just, the system itself just feels like it's designed to frustrate people. I don't think it is. That's not that's not saying that it is, but that's the way it feels, right? When the system itself is so heavy on the player that it becomes one of those cases of like, the design is crumbling under its own weight, right? Like, sure, you can get to end game content, but if end game content requires you to go through 10 different hoops and then play that end game content to actually get, you have to play end game content however many times to actually get to what it is you were after, doesn't feel good because you put in this you put in all this work and then the end game thing you got isn't all it's cracked up to be. It isn't, this, you get the boss weapon. It's just like you fought for hundreds of hours through, from the very bottom, you fought all the way up the ladder, you fought the boss, you finally got the drop, and it's just kind of mid. Understandably, players will be a little bit miffed about that, I think. But of course, all this begs the question of just it again then goes back to was this really designed for and that's one of those weird cases of I've had that happen where it's this is a boss item that doesn't feel like a boss item, or it doesn't hold up to the other boss items from that particular boss, which in itself makes it feel like it's a mistake, but also it's one of those things where if it just stays that way for a long time, then that kind of makes you think well, the devs didn't patch it after however long, so they clearly meant it to be that way. Why go through all this trouble for endgame players to do this? This is a thing in Terraria. There's a couple weapons that are endgame that aren't amazing, or that don't hold up to the standard. They don't reach the bar of the others, right? Yep. And it's what is this designed for? It goes back to that target audience thing. Because if you have to go through all this work to get this, but it doesn't, that's kind of one of those cases of taking it back to Helldivers, right? Before I get off on another tangent about MMOs and that design, right?
Yeah.
What is the target audience for these war bonds? Either paying customers who will just sink the money on it anyways, or hardcore players who grind a lot, right? And so who gets a hold of it and has actually something to say about it? The hardcore players. But if it's not designed for the hardcore players, they're getting something that is meant for the casual audience that isn't grinding for the weapon, ? Or that is paying for it and then not making comments on it. So it leads to this weird, you'd think the line is, this is designed for the casual audience, so you'd make it easier for the casual audience to get to, but the casual audience is going to have to pay for it. But the players who are actually talking about the weapon are the ones that are grinding for it. And so they get this skewed sense of what it actually is like because of all the work they put in to get to it. As opposed to the paid for players who will probably buy access to it and then get it
That's
much
true.
sooner. Yeah. And I think that's kind of where
you have an expectation, right, after grinding so hard for it, and then you're that's it.
Exactly. And I kind of feel there's a lot of these little cases of that specific quirk of going this distance to get this thing, and it's worse when it's every single war bond has something, if not everything in it, feels meh, you know? Or it comes up just short. So you have these players that are queued toward, these are the meta items, this is what they're competing against, and they don't hit that bar after however long you spent to get it. I think that's a part of the problem. And I don't know how that would be alleviated. Aside from just somehow making it easier for the casual players who I think these weapons are designed for, because again, it goes back to what I said initially, or not initially, earlier, about how the way these feel, they feel like if you're asking, why would I take this over that? It's the wrong, you're not the type of player this is aimed for. That's how it feels. I think the answer to that then is to make those types of players, make it easier for those types of players to get to those weapons, as opposed to having to go through either a long grind or shell out a ton of cash to get those. That's what I think is the solution, but of course I'm no dev. I'm just thinking about this from like a would-be logical perspective. What seems to be the pain point here? And then, so, you know, take a couple steps back and then make that step easier to get to, so the rest of the climb doesn't feel so damn bad. So that's kind of like, it's a complex subject.
I mean, ultimately, one can just guess, because we don't have the context of what is the intention, right?
Yeah. Don't get me started about what all the devs have said. I know I've gone through that before, but when the devs speak, they, well, we've talked about that before. They talk themselves into corners. There's actually a rant on the Discord not too long ago. Let me actually like start getting prepped for this, so we actually go and do the thing. There was a rant on the Discord. It wasn't even really a rant necessarily, but it was just kind of like a frustrated comment where it's just like, I don't necessarily blame the community 100% for the communications breakdown between them. Especially when the devs say things like, you know, we're going for movie realism or realism. Like, I made this comment on Saturday too, where it's like, those are words you don't say as a game dev, especially if you're not designing a true simulator. Which Helldivers may have milsim, you know, like military simulator aspects of it, but it is not a milsim, handedly. So don't throw realism, movie realism, or even like, don't say something like, we don't want space magic in our game. Brother, you have medical stims that will heal 4 broken limbs and a bleeding chest hemorrhage in an instant, and then make you like regenerate all of your HP for like the next, you know, 5 seconds or however long. And you want to tell me that's not space magic? Nothing. Not even in my universe, in my realm. We don't have healing magic that's fucking potent. So it's like, don't talk to me, a fucking robot, about space magic. I see space magic on a regular basis. And it's not nearly as crazy as some of the shit you guys are putting in that game. So it's like and that's like one of those cases of like, that comment should never have been made, because now every time the community goes like, so for example, there's this one objective that is routinely like the butt of this joke or the butt of this conversation. It's called a stratagem jammer, right? It does what it says on the tin. Within an area around it, you cannot call stratagems in, period. You can't reinforce, you can't call strikes, whatever, right? So naturally, like understanding what Helldivers is, because you played the first game, you know how stratagems are very important to the gameplay loop. That throws a wrench into the player's gameplay loop, right? Naturally.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's also one of those cases where like, it can be kind of frustrating to try and face one of these things and have the enemies also calling their reinforcements in on top of you while you're trying to disable this thing. So naturally what players want is a way to deal with it without engaging with the mechanic. Basically, they want to cheese it effectively. It's like, how do I destroy the stratagem jammer without going near the stratagem jammer and having my stratagem chant? That's what they're trying to achieve. So what happened was, at some point last year, maybe it was a couple years ago, the time frame's getting a little bit blurry now because it's been a minute, they released a secondary weapon that is effectively a grenade pistol, right? But it's got this big old chunky charge on it that will only fly like 40, 50 meters if you like really angle it and get like the momentum right. And it's a big ass explosion. And what they did was they goofed. Yeah, the pocket crocket. Sounds fucking funny. And what happened was they didn't check that it didn't have the demolition. Basically, it could disable stratagem jammers without engaging with the stratagem jammer. It could just, like, you didn't have to run to the terminal and put in the codes, and you didn't have to do the mechanic. You still kind of had to get close to them, but if you had the good angling and you had half decent understanding of how to make that shot fly, you could just delete the thing. And it made stratagem jammers kind of a non-issue for a while. And eventually it got nerfed. And now there's like this big division in the community of just like, no, this weapon should be able to destroy stratagem jammers, or this weapon shouldn't. So when they release...
Because when we bugged it always worked like that.
Mm-hmm. So now they've since released a couple other stratagems that are very big, long-range kabooms. The Leveler, which is a rocket launcher that does an even bigger explosion for one shot, and the Solo Silo, which is a laser-targeted missile. Neither of these can destroy stratagem jammers, just flat out, right? But the Solo Silo and the Leveler both have equivalent... the Leveler is the pocket crocket on a bigger stick. The way you're describing these things, Corona, just makes me giggle. I love it. Neither of these things can destroy stratagem jammers, right? Because they'd fall into the same category of, you can launch these things from an extreme range and then just trivialize the jammer and never have to deal with it, right? That's the crux of this issue, right? But because the devs have previously made comments about realism/movie realism, now you have sections of the community that will not discuss these things on a game design level. They will say, why can this bomb drop from an airplane that, according to the game files, is the same functional explosion as the Solo Silo or, the Leveler? It's functionally the same explosion with one quirk in that it cannot destroy the jammer. Why does the airplane or the orbital strike get to destroy the jammer, but not the Leveler or the Solo Silo? Because wouldn't it make sense that this big fucking missile would be able to obliterate this antenna on a stick, right? Realism.
That's a bit of a... how to say this? It almost feels a bit like an Ouroboros. Like they're starting to use one thing that dev has said that one thing once, and now it's this is the all being rule, right?
Mm-hmm.
To justify any argument if it benefits you.
Yeah, and this is one of the cases, like, they should not have said this, because now, no matter what they do, if something doesn't make sense from a, quote, realism standpoint, they will just, and this is one of those cases, like, you can't talk about it from a game dev perspective. You can't be like, this is designed this way because game mechanic equals engage with mechanic equals behavior, right? That's the line for game dev. You design games and mechanics in order to elicit certain behaviors and responses from players to overcome a specific challenge. And this can be in a number of different ways, right? From crafting your loadout around solving a problem to being adaptable in the field with tools that are not specifically designed for this, but can work in that manner. That's what that's for, right? Straight, like, this is just a rule across game design pretty much regardless of what you're doing, right? But because the devs have gone and said, we're shooting for a realistic experience or a game that has a lot of realism behind it, and then they had to walk it back to movie realism after they got grilled for it. Now no one, I forget how long it took me, but like I found a short talking about like solo silo can't destroy jammers, and then they showed the leveler later, and it's just like leveler can't destroy jammers. It's the running butt of the joke, right? I think I scrolled for 15-20 minutes through comments before I saw someone say, this is a game mechanics thing, it doesn't matter about realism, or something to that effect. I don't remember what the actual comment said. And dude got grilled in the comments for being a glazer. And it's just like, no, it's not glazing, it's just true. It's not defending Arrowhead unnecessarily, it's just, this is how these things work. This is actually seeing the forest for the trees for a fucking change, right? Instead of getting caught up on like, well, and see, even if we do what Kuroda says, right? The jammers need anti-democracy fields that make stuff do weird things like silos do. That falls under the whole we don't want space magic in our game thing. So they want realism, but they don't want space magic. Yet both of these clash against what game dev is, which is markedly unrealistic. And it's going to tend towards things are going to work in unrealistic ways. Medical stims that heal you from the brink of death in an instant and allow you to get back up like, you know, Popeye with a can of spinach, to use a really old reference. You know. Exactly. The game already has space magic in it, right? So you can't say we don't want space magic in our game to that extent. And that wasn't even related to, like, the subject. They were referring to, like, someone asked about wanting cryo weapons or freeze weapons, and they go, like, well, we don't want space magic. What's space magic about dropping a can of liquid oxygen on something? You know, that shit's fucking cold. You know, or, you know, like, it's probably very doable if you, like, there's already a number of different things that don't work from a realistic standpoint. But because they said, don't want space magic, and we're trying for realism, both of these things clash. And it's created this concept of, like, the discussion around the game has become this case of, like, well, realism says this, or movie realism that, or this only applies here because this only, you know, rules for me and not for thee. And no one's talking about it from the game dev perspective, which, if you look at most other communities that I've ever been, like, a part of, like, these discussions in, this isn't a thing, because the devs have never made that blunder of, we're going to talk about things that break the concept of game dev. Everyone's talking about, like, this mechanic is meant for this, this, and this, or this mechanic is meant to do that, that, and that. They're still opposing opinions, but they're arguing about the mechanic itself and not whether it's realistic or any of these abstract muddying factors that that completely miss the point of what is actually meant to be discussed there. So, yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess.
Yeah, it's a bit sad to see. Like, I don't know if the community is truly, like, vastly so annoying to one another about not.
It's the vocal community. Like, in-game, most players are actually pretty chill. But out of game, and I mean, this is one of those cases, like, if you go on Reddit for any game or whatever, Reddit, YouTube, certain Discords, of course people are going to argue. It doesn't matter what it is. It's just weird that the reasons, that the reasoning that they're using to balance, not to balance, to found their arguments are so, like, it's almost like the devs said the magic word, and now everyone can only operate off the magic word. In this case, realism or space magic or whatever. So any actual discussion of what's going on from a game perspective just gets lost, because the dev said the thing that made all of the I don't like calling people sheeple, but they said the word that made all the sheeple go bah, and now that's the discussion. It really is sad, because it's just like, if you actually look at it from a game dev perspective, and that doesn't mean you have to like it, right? That's something that I always kind of have to emphasize when I get in these discussions, like online or whatever. It's like, I don't care if you like it or not. We're looking at what it actually is, and whether you like it or dislike it is well beyond, you know, the scope of this. It's, what is this meant to do? Why are these things functioning the way they are? Because it is meant to elicit this response from this type of player to achieve this goal, right? And by allowing a circumvention of that, it nullifies the point of having this designed. Why do you design a boss that does certain things, right? To have certain reaction to the players. But if the players can just cheese it, well, then no one, like, this is something that Sirvan ran into with Destiny rating, where he ran with a group that was so in tune with all the ways to cheese the boss that when he actually had to teach other people to run the boss, he didn't actually know how to teach them properly. He only knew the cheese strats. So when playing with people who have never done these things before and don't know all the little ins and outs of the mechanics try to do it, of course it fumbles, because you're trying to do these really particular things that are formed of cheese strats and circumventions of actual mechanics. And this is why devs patch these sorts of things out, so that doesn't happen. So you don't get these cases of like, this boss behaves in this way, and while yes, you will have different players who will have different solutions of them, you won't ever run into the situation of like, oh, the boss never did this when I played before. Because everyone encounters the same mechanics and will naturally come up with their own ways to deal with them. You always have the meta, you will always have these little like off meta, like, unorthodox approaches, but they will all be built around the same set of factors. When you have cheese mechanics that skip mechanics or whatever, when you have cheese strats that skip mechanics, it creates this case of like, players don't experience the thing that the boss does. So when they run with another group that doesn't do those cheeses, right, they encounter situations that they've never seen before running with other groups, and they don't know how to respond to it. And it kind of creates this discord, or this, not discord, disconnect is what I was going for. That just is clearly one of those cases of like, the devs are trying to avoid that disconnect, is what I'm getting at.
It eats pork chops.
Everything you throw at that cat, I swear, she likes.
Salty tears.
I was sincerely hoping that you'd throw the tears and she would just go like, no, I don't like that. Anyway, we've been talking, like, I've been doing my little Helldivers rant and just kind of getting my thoughts, because this is one of those cases of like, it honestly better here and on stream than in the Discord, where people will just see me just like effectively melt down. It's like, it's weird because if you look at it in text, it looks like I'm absolutely losing my mind, and I probably to some extent sound like I'm losing my mind, but at least it's easier to speak this than it is to type this, because typing a wall of text or even a barrage is looks a hell of a lot worse than me actually talking it over, because you can hear the tone and you can hear kind of where my thought processes are going, where it's just, in a Discord chat, you just see, Solemn Core is typing for however long, or, Solemn Core is typing, message, Solemn Core is typing, message again, in these long stacks, and it looks a lot more unhinged. Realism be damned, if something sucks, it should be made better. Stuff like the One True Flag, for example, shouldn't have the community idea of it giving a buff to teammates laughed off on camera and then add the same mechanics to the Borgs. Yeah, okay, so for context, right? They added a Super Earth flag to the game, right? So, cool. It's a spear. You can stick enemies with the tip of the spear, right? So you could shove the flag into their face and kill them with the Super Earth flag. But it doesn't do anything beyond this, right? So, and this is in one of those $10 paid war bond things, right? So it's like melee in that game is already very, it's a very niche play style. And it's one of those cases of like, and on top of that, it's not just a melee weapon, it's taking up your support slot. It is taking up where you would put an autocannon, a recoilless rifle, a laser cannon, things like that. Things that are markedly more powerful than jamming a spear into the face of some bug that's got close to you, right? A very, very niche weapon. So there was kind of this thing of just like, shouldn't this thing have like some sort of area buff that encourages the team to rally around the flag? You'd think, right? That's how I would design that. But They
Is it like a specific weapon for another game mode or what?
Nope, it's just another stratagem that you can take in place of any number of other things. One of the 4 stratagem slots can be a flag that is a spear. And that's all it does is, well, I mean, you can stick it in, you can plant it in the ground. When you drop it, you don't drop the flag, you stick it in the ground, like you plant you plant the flag. I mean, cool, I guess, but it doesn't have any, like, buffs to it. And the devs said they don't want to give buffs to it. Again, they don't want space magic in the game. They don't want the flag to have an area effect that can be regarded as space magic, right? And what Birdman is referring to there is when they added the cyborgs, they added a mechanic where the cyborgs can take control of the automatons and overclock them and make them rush at you more faster than they usually do, which is frightening and cool to look at. But it's like one of those cases of, like, when we poked about this, when the community asked, hey, why can't we have a buff for the flag? In one of the dev interviews, they pretty much just went like, haha, yeah, funny guys, sure, It was kind of like, they just laughed it off, basically, right? And then the cyborgs have functionally the same effect where they can buff their allies by taking control. And it's like, I get where the frustration there is, but I don't think it works the same way. In the context of, like if we really want to go down that line of thinking, the cyborgs overclocking the bots is to the effect of hitting the remove safety switch. Like, for example, mechanized weapons have a ridiculous amount of safeguards, a stupid amount of safeguards. Like, if you malfunctioned one of these things, like, have you ever seen a runaway gun situation where they fire on their own because they're overheated or whatever? Like, if one of our triggers got stuck, it would run out of ammo well before. Like, this is why we don't have infinite fire lasers, partially. But we have a ridiculous amount of safeguards, right? The Borg overclocking the bots is to equivalent of removing the safeguards on one of our weapons and just being like, just let it have it, just let them rip, right? And we see that with, like, the turrets and bots going haywire. Like, when you do they added again, for context, they added an objective where you can hack the bot security network, and it makes the turrets these big cannon towers, right? That have, they're towers with tank turrets on top that will shoot you from long range, right? They start spinning around really, really fast, much faster than they actually do. And it's like, they start shooting wildly and they're basically useless. Like, I think I've been killed by once by them accidentally, and it was just because it randomly decided to target where I was standing. It was not like it's actually looking at you. It was sheer random chance based on how it works, right? But the fact that they're spinning around as fast as they are indicates that they can go faster, but safety limits are something that is designed into, like, again, in universe, there's some safety limit that's keeping them from turning as fast as they are. Same reason as, like, what overclocking is. You push it past this point of safe operation to get more performance out of it. So the Borgs being able to go like, yo, you guys, you're not operating at safe levels anymore. Get that son of a bitch. That makes sense. That's not one of those cases of, like, it's the same mechanic necessarily. It is the same mechanic, but the reasoning for it would technically track more with the cyborgs being able to, like, overtake actual automated things than living beings looking at a flag and getting a defense buff, or they regenerate health better or whatever, or any number of things.
Patriotism boost.
Yeah. So it's like, that's not...
I mean, yeah.
I'm not saying that
Actually,
the flag shouldn't have the buff. I think it should, personally. But when someone, like, to what goes...
Objectively speaking, the argument why... Because the mechs have, these robots, sorry, I don't quite know the terms, have it, people are using this as an argument, but objectively speaking, it is kind of different. Like, it makes lore-wise more sense on them.
Exactly. Pretty much.
Yeah.
But from a game design perspective, no, the flag absolutely should have a buff, in my opinion. I've been behind that for ages. Also, the entrenching symbol being in a paid war bond IMO just sucks. Been in the game for a while now. Like, why do we have to pay money to spawn in with it? Yeah, that was definitely one of those. That was a decision. So, for example, or for context, they added a while back they added a shovel that allowed you to dig trenches and stuff like that. Cool. You can dig in the game now. And it was a thing you could find. Now they're adding it, but it's in a war bond that you have to pay for. So in order to spawn with a shovel, you'd have to pay $10 or farm the super credit. So it's just kind of like, it's another one of those cases of like, it's a decision, and it doesn't make a whole lot of, like, thematically, like, if the theme is like World War I, you know, trench warfare, that's the theme. But it's like, I feel like the shovel could have been added for free and it would have been a lot better received.
Yeah.
So yeah, we could honestly talk about this for hours and hours and hours, because that's how deep of a subject the Helldivers thing is. But before we get to...
Aww. Aww.
What? Aww. The kitty.
Oh my god. It did so many very cat things just now in a row.
Of course
Jumping on the table.
Of course, it's right when I...
His asterisks and then falling asleep.
Of course, it's right when I step away to go finish prepping for the mission. Yeah, Starbound Bolt. Starbound used to be one of the, like, staple streams. It still kind of is, it's just something I need to bring back proper. I would used to do Starbound every Saturday, or every Sunday, and then I moved it to Saturday. That's an odd noise for that gun. It's I love it. I love the noise that gun makes.
Oh, it no longer sounds like this though.
You changed it? Why?
I changed it.
Well, that means I'm keeping my version of the discombobulator.
Brother,
Or just...
look at this piece of beauty.
Oh, God. That's the new discombob... Okay, you know what?
It is now the beep 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 beep.
Okay, the sound's still pretty damn good. I'm not mad about it.
I wanted to keep the beep boop boop sound somewhere because you like it, so I put it in charging down. You have the bugged one because
I know.
of the open Starbound thingy. But that's okay.
I'm not complaining, it's funny.
It looks just so cool now with the new particles and whatnot.
That does look really cool.
It's a really cool particle.
The squeaky, am I a joke to you? Don't make me break out the squeaky, Zet. The ear destruction will resume if you give me a reason to. What did I do with it?
Look how it also puts in, like, the batteries come out whenever it's fully discharged.
Oh, yeah. That's a cool little
It's
detail.
like sounds and everything.
Nice.
I like the discombobulator.
Made the electro tool from
works,
Time
so
Splitters
that's-
combined with the Halo Brute Shot. Ah? Damn, you cannot get out of this.
I mean, I'm an admin mode, right? Like, I don't think... How long is the duration usually? Admin, because it's pretty powerful, right? I mean, I got a lot of energy. It's actually quite good.
Oh, okay. Here's a test, right? Can it pull? Can it pull me through like if I anchor myself with a grappling hook? Can it pull
I don't
me?
think it pulls you further. Yeah.
Okay, so that's how you get out of
You
it.
can always grab harder. Yeah.
Yeah, in like a PvP setting, right? That would be frustrating as all hell. Can you imagine a player on that with like,
Yeah,
like
PvP setting.
a team PvP with that, and have one player with that cursed thing, just using that to drag the other team around, and that's how you get out of it. That's the counter.
The auto aim of this left click is already worse, I feel.
Hmm.
Alright, throwing it away.
Anyway, yeah, we're
Throwing it away.
We're getting so far off topic, it's not even funny. But again,
That's fine. That's a start. Excuse me.
that really is these streams. It's just like we're goofing off, we're chit-chatting about ridiculous. I'm going off on my massive tirades that I don't normally go off on. Like I could do this on a Helldiver stream or whatever, but it's like, at that point, it's like everyone's heard the same thing. Like everyone in Helldivers knows the rant. Ooh.
You know this one, right? I remember.
Yeah, I
Just
remember
wanted
that.
to use it for the chicken. Good stuff.
Bark up. Bark up. Like if you charge it up properly, it's like a rah.
Yeah. This was the good one.
Now, what did I do with the squeaky? I know I've got it around here somewhere.
Which one is the squeaky?
Oh, you know what? I think it's on Goldheart. The squeaky is the one with the fizz ult. The shark.
Oh no, 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 no. I like that your description is the fizzle, that it's enough.
Well, I mean that's what you took
Is
in.
it resignation? I think it's
Oh
resignation.
God. Forgot him. I was just I went to check which one it was, and I get absolutely like howled at.
This one.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, something is really off with this. It fires super delayed.
Squeaky.
Oh, this does look weird on the ship.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, except the
Something is off with this attack. It's also so delayed for you. Like,
I was gonna say
can you use it?
the squeaky
The left
is
click.
the left click. Yeah, I guess it is a little bit delayed.
Because for me, it fires and then half a second later it spawns the shot.
Oh, that's just lag then. It's firing. It's doing the same thing it was doing for my screen on when you're holding it. So it's probably just like lag.
Oh, they seem fine. Yeah, I need to check on that weapon anyway. It uses a very weird. It uses a bowling ball as a projectile because it has higher gravity, and it's actually really weird because a bowling ball can't hit an enemy that is right in front of you. I don't know. It's some weird, unique projectile, but by now I have different solutions for that anyway.
Oh, well, I'm pretty
make it
sure
work.
he remembers very well that.
The squeaky. Ah, wait, no, I want to see the clip.
Oh God.
Oh God. It's just another day. It's not even like, it's not even surprising me anymore at this point. It's just a normal Tuesday with gays.
Pretty much. That's what it really does boil down to. Of just.
I don't know what it was. I remember there's one clip of you where you laugh out so hard, and I don't remember what it was.
Well, there's a couple of those, so it really depends on what it is.
You just fully lost it. I have never seen you like this before, and I just want to know which one it is.
I'm sure we can go down that
Okay,
list of
I
things. Oh, Staff is on. Cool.
How do I?
Well, the squeaky is no cooldown.
Oh, actually. Oh my god, gays. What the hell? All of them.
Squeaky.
Oh god.
So much squeaky.
Gays. Oh my god, my ears. My ears. Guys, stop.
I love it.
The squeaky. from 2
The
years ago.
squeaky.
It's crazy.
I still do have the gold
A
art model. I just
wonderful
don't.
Evening.
I need to do a little bit of work on it to update it, make it a bit more. I need to do some cleanup on it, I think. In general, I need to get back to doing 3D model stuff, just because I have a lot of stuff that I want to 3D model, and it would help if I actually, just like properly, worked on all that stuff and kept my skills up instead of them getting rusty every month. Did we want to go to the mission thing with... Ooh, damn it. Did we want to go to the mission thing with tier 6 equipment like before, or should we like upgrade?
Yeah, I would just stay on fully vanilla.
Okay. I need to at some point actually do the thing where I like go and like look for upgrades. Yeah, I didn't do that this week. Exhausted.
I assume. I don't know. I just assume. But... Oh, put it in. Did you add the mod that you can see which level the weapons are that you have?
No, I haven't touched any of that either. I mean, the links just...
Okay.
Hey, like, I've kind of, like, made a point to, like, not really, like, do much modding of Starbound, minus what you've sent me, so it's, like, in a weird way, I am kind of, like, keeping that, but this is mostly just, like, I was just tapped out for most of the week.
Mm-hmm.
So...
No, I accept. It's okay. So what's the plan? Do we do a normal round?
Well...
Or a hard round?
I've been yapping for 2 hours, so, let's do a normal round, just to get warmed up, just kind of get in the combat flow, and then we'll hit it with a hard round after the fact.
Because things also have changed for the normal one, and I think it's important to see that. Some music would be cool. Cool. There we go.
We hope if I turn admin mode off.
I need some food. They're all set that they have combinations, like these foods that are there. It can always be, well, the ultimate choice is just like everything, right? And then all the other ones are either 2 of the 3 stats or only 1. So I think the cheeseburger was HP and... I think it's HP and damage. And the fish pie is only HP, but for like 10 minutes or 15 minutes or how much? And the coconut is only energy. Sweet punch is mobility.
I know Oculemon has
Spooky pie is
energy.
energy damage. Is Oculemon only energy or is it energy HP?
It's energy HP.
I don't remember.
Oh wow, I rolled a thing where it didn't consume the food. Nice. That's always a nice little...
Oh no, it's damage. It's damage HP.
Yeah, damage HP. Derp.
Okay, that's right. Yeah.
Burp.
You know what? I don't need damage. If I'm with you. Got tankiness.
Let me make sure I've actually got my mouse bind set for this, so I'm not trying to like hit my heal button and it just not, not working.
What are you? A dog?
Heal.
Healing. What argument do you use right now?
Probably longevity, honestly.
Ah, yeah, right.
Yeah, definitely. Alright, I'm situated and ready to roll when you are. I guess what I'll do is I'll put.
You have 300 HP. Holy smokes.
Yeah, remember I did the weird thing with the armor where I mix-matched like the 3 different types, and it ended up panning out to be like a nice even HP number after buffs and such.
So much HP. Crazy. Crazy. Alright, I'm coming. I will be arriving, is what I mean. So, let's see.
This rifle is, it's funny, like, we were talking about, like, a bajillion different things, but I'm just, like, sitting there thinking, like, you know, if you actually look at, like, the rifle sprite, this thing is the size I am. It's as tall as I am. If you take these characters as being, like, about 6 feet or close to that, right? Or a little over 2 meters, that's a long fucking gun.
I mean, is it not good to have a long gun?
I'm just saying it's probably a little bit unwieldy.
Oh, that is a really good shotgun. Sticky bombs. 33.7. That's even better. Oh, I should get out of ammo.
This gun just ended up sounding really punchy too. Like sometimes the ARs just don't really, like sometimes the weapons just don't sound good. So
Yeah.
Nice that this one ended up just being.
Yeah, I
like,
hate that as well. Go. I don't like shotguns with like fast attack speed. It's kind of weird. This one. Nice. Okay, cool. Alright, I'm ready. I have 2000 pixels and I'm ready to get more.
If I get murked, I'm going to lose so many pixels.
This is normal mode, yeah, okay. Ow. I'll say I really grew to like marked shot. In the past I never really liked it much.
Like
But it's kind of cool.
what was it?
What I just said or what?
You grew to really like something. I didn't hear what it was.
Marked shot
Ah,
on the sniper.
what does it even do?
You mark enemies and when you then hit one of them, it hits all of them.
Oh, interesting.
But it's also a little bit broken. Because you know how like enemies, if they're on top of each other, they can basically get cleaved, right, by a single target shot as well,
Yeah.
like this. And if it's a marked shot that hits one enemy, it then it hits both and bounces to the other one and also hits both. And then the bouncing shot, basically, I think it might even duplicate. That's what I mean. It's so cool.
So does it only work with the sniper rifle that fired it? So like if you mark two enemies, if I shoot one of the enemies, it'll damage it normally, but if you shoot
like
them...
I mark it, and when I release, I fire a shot, and that shot needs to land on any of them.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see now. Okay.
I did make these flying drones a little bit squishier because they were always a huge menace.
Yeah, for the amount of damage they did, always kind of nuts.
There's something. Oh, there. I love the rocket launchers that have this gray and green color scheme. It looks really nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, rocket team.
Bye.
So can it be said that we are blasting off again?
Poison against... Yeah, maybe it's not the best to use poison against the machines.
That is something I've always kind of liked about like guided rocket type weapons in this, is you can really like, you can literally become like long range artillery with this.
Yeah. I wish the common rocket launchers would be a bit better. Oops, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, because the projectile speed is higher.
Is it actually blocked for me? From my screen, it almost looks like it's passing through to me while I'm blocking them.
No, you're blocking it. Black.
It's nice that you can just zoom out for these kind of attacks real quick and then keep playing.
This is very much the kind of like gameplay that I do like. It's just artillery barraging from behind.
Get him! I always found this sword relatively hard to use because every time you do use the super spin slash, you like touch an enemy and take damage. But since it has a lot of like soldiers here as well, you can just use it and you don't take damage, and it's just really good.
Mm-hmm.
Where is she? Why is she not with you?
Is that what I said, Zed? Ooh.
That is why I said,
I didn't clock that at all.
I would have posted a sus after that one, but...
Surprised no one stuck a sus in there.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
Making it better. I think the next room's gonna be interesting. I'll let you lead. Hope everything works as intended. I did it's the easy mode, so it's probably fun. Alright, I'll let you do the rest. Intrigued about this?
Have you changed something significantly?
Maybe. Let's just say the frigates and the tanks are no longer the worst thing you can encounter.
Oh, general knowledge. Alright then. We get a little bit of a boss fight here. If this is how it's gonna be.
It's actually kind of dangerous.
Yeah, definitely.
It's generally hurting. I think it's super cool. Also, when he's walking, he has like his arms behind his back.
I noticed that. I need to not be clicking outside of the window here. Wow, does he's like... That was wild. Does he like, blow up? You end him, he just goes like, you will never take me like this. Blah.
He salutes and then explodes. Really cool enemy, in my opinion.
That was a cool little fight.
And they can rarely encounter in hard mode just as dudes as well, instead of tanks and frigates.
Oh.
And it's really dangerous if one of them is just around with anything else. Because if you're fighting, like, he's too tanky to just be quickly dealt with.
Mm-hmm.
You can obviously focus him if you want to. Hold on, I need to get in as well. But, yeah, avoiding him is very possible. But it's, yeah, they're hard. But they also give a lot of money. And I think it's kind of funny that this particular one is called General Knowledge. Puns. My forte. Oh, you got spray and pray, right?
Yeah.
I love this so much. It's so aggressive.
That's why I like this assault rifle so much, is just for how, like, it is... It has the option to be precise or to get in something's face and just unload.
Cool.
Oh. Too late. Ripperonis.
Did you unload?
God damn it.
How did it feel? The unloading?
The inky snickering in the corner over there is just making this even better.
I just love it to get in someone's face and unload. First of all, giggity. Second of all, then he dies and unloads.
God damn it.
Fine, huh?
I deserve that. Ow.
Oh god. Honestly, one of the worst enemies in here are the tiny glebes.
It's because they're so small and easy to miss.
Yeah. And it's just so in your face, and then they unload.
But God damn it. I'm never gonna live that one down, am I?
Not for the evening, at least. Oh, yeah. No!
Enemy bomb, right?
Suddenly became French for a moment, but... Oh! Enemy bomb! To me, enemy bomb.
It's probably Bon Voyage's favorite modifier type in Starbound.
Yeah. Bon voyage.
I was gonna... I
There's a
almost...
guy in like the Incredibles, right?
Yeah, I almost did a... I made a comment about Syndrome where we're talking about like if everything is balanced and nothing's balanced. Like everything, nothing's special. We were talking that earlier and I didn't get around to it, but I was going to say it's just like when everyone's super, no one is.
No one is super. Yeah, no. That's do not die. I just noticed that from the common shotguns, the sticky bombs are super cheap. They just barely use any energy.
Huh.
And you basically just have a second left click for the shotgun.
I completely forgot that I had the staff until like right now. Oh god, that could be a problem though.
So satisfying. Just I say put it in their face and unload.
Glance over, you know what I get from that? Shrug. You did this to yourself. God fucking damn it.
Don't look at me, that was your fault.
Mm-hmm. Oh my...
Oh, satisfaction.
That was so cool. Like, I just see them buzzing around, and then I just see the shot just go ping, 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 and it's like, oh wow.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's so weird that when I use this on something, isolate, boop, it does 112 damage.
Uh-oh.
But then if I hit like several enemies at some point at the same time, it just becomes super strong. Like this.
Nice. That plus enemy bomb is a nasty combo.
That was a really, yeah, is it 1,500 enemy ones somewhere in between there? Wow, I missed. Let's just get you away. Yes.
I saw 1,000 damage from that.
It's funny they can't attack when you're too close, and then they just try to run away.
Mm.
But why have you created me like this? Because I want you to suffer. What? What?
If that Mandraflora goes, aw. Well,
you need to somehow pull them together down there. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
well, like stand here, and then just spam heals. Ow.
But you just murdered them, you know?
You know, that's...
That's an option.
The Violium sword is doing mad work in here, though.
Yeah. I think it's one of the better melee weapons. Because you can fill the gap where you normally can't attack with a jumpy thingy.
Mm-hmm.
And if something is on the wall, it just hits so many times. This guy. Let's put it to the wall, and now we can just do them. Yeah. Oh.
I'm just gonna watch it when I'm in melee like this, that I don't, like, accidentally click out of the screen. It's easy to overcorrect where my mouse is when I'm zoomed in this far.
I see. I think it just did 300 damage. I think it duplicates when there's multiple enemies on top of each other.
Mm-hmm. Starbound's coding is
hit
weird.
Both with the first shot that is supposed to. I think it's made like if it hits, then it bounces to the next one. But if it hits 2 targets, then both of them make it bounce to the next target.
That's one of those mechanics that makes me wish that, like, Bullet Hell in Deep Rock Galactic was coded that way, where it could duplicate itself. That would make it a really, like, Bullet Hell's already kind of strong. It's strong in the context of, like, you use it as like a stun machine. So, for context, what it does is when you shoot an enemy with Bullet Hell, it's a mod for the minigun. When you shoot an enemy, it will ricochet into another enemy. So it'll do basically double damage. It'll put damage on one enemy and then on another enemy. But
it bounces to another.
But using this mod also reduces your direct damage dealt, so it makes Bullet Hell feel really weak because of how, like, little damage it's doing up front. But when you pair it with, like, a stun modification on top of that, you can lock down whole crowds.
It becomes cool again.
Yeah. It's also funny just, like, shooting.
Nice, yeah.
It's because it doesn't. It works off of shooting walls too. If you shoot a wall, there's a chance that it bounces around corners into enemies, which is really funny. It's not meta, but it is fun.
Oh.
Oh, gee, yeah, that's why you're... Would it be theoretically possible to cheese that with a pet?
Yeah. You can just stay AFK with a pet, yeah. But the point is that you get money when you kill things.
Exactly.
What's my pet doing? He's fine.
Oglers will always, always, always be so friggin' off-putting.
Oh my god, that almost killed me. I find them very scary that they just hiss at you and then they charge out of nothing.
Yeah, for reals. I quite like this hammer. creating the barrier where they can't, like, pass. Damn, he got through anyway.
Spookler. Yeah. How tanky is that guy?
Very apparently. It doesn't help that I'm using an ice hammer on an ice environment. I should have been using this on the fire environment, really.
Mostly,
I mean, it's not doing bad. It's not necessarily doing bad damage. I mean, it's still doing, like, pretty good, like, crowd control, like, locking them behind walls and whatnot.
Yeah. Happy god. Silly creature.
Oh, you see that counter? I mean, he still got through, but, like, he dove right into it.
Damn. You just throw a ring ram to me?
Did I?
You just hammered it and it just like flew all the way, I think.
I don't give hammers enough credit. These things are fun. Especially in, like...
Hammers are fun, I just think their special abilities are a bit on the weak side. It's a bit sad. I think the aura is good and the other ones are a bit... high charge time, I don't know. They should do more. Or they should last longer. Like this wall disappears so it's a bit sad. But I do like hammers more than I used to. I don't have that much of an issue. Like a lot of people, whenever I see people play Starbound for like the first time, whenever they have an axe or a hammer in their hand, they're like really ew. This is how this attacks. But it's not that bad. You could need to get in a rhythm with them, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. They're also really good in these, like, tight arenas where there's a lot of stuff going on. Like, I just pinned this guy into a corner and just dropped the hammer on him. And then you just get stuck in between
your melee weapon?
Hmm.
No, please go on.
No, I was gonna leave that one there.
Alright, cool. Oh, not sneaky at all.
Yeah, see, like, that's...
What is that? Your punishment?
No, I'm just mean, like, as an example, like...
Oh, that's cool.
That, like, doing that to enemies with the wall, I think is kind of almost like how it was meant to be used. Or, like, a lot of enemies will charge you, right? So if they're gonna charge you, just charge, slam, counterattack.
That's true, yeah. Like this now. Oh.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Get him.
Damn it. You teleporting bastard.
Let's see something funny on this guy.
Hmm. I see you.
You could just like, you could right click and then just go with the cursor everywhere where he might be and then bloop, it just pops up.
That's a funny counter to that.
Yeah, that's cool. Oh. Sorry, I locked the banana again.
Force of habit, huh?
Wow. Oh. 2 is just a bit annoying. Oh.
He keeps trying to do his charge attack and I keep stonking him back. Whack. Whack. Ah, there he goes.
Oh. Well, okay.
I need to zoom out a little bit. Hard to get the timing right when they come zooming in, so... There we go.
I find this area in hard mode really difficult.
Ow! That was sudden.
As death always is. Getting a pretty safe spot here.
I'm operating at a loss taking bets like that.
How much money did you have with you? Oh, you lose a lot, huh?
Now down to 37,000, 38 almost. It's not a big deal. It's not like I'm like, you know, I don't have a bajillion more that I could throw at it.
I don't know why, but I really like that in Starbound, kneeling is actually so good.
Well, it's because in most games, kneeling, well, in most 2D games like this, kneeling really doesn't have too much of a purpose, especially if like there's a shooting concept. Well, like this actually makes your hitbox smaller, so it means like taking cover from gunfire is actually a thing.
Yeah. Reroar. I was trying to get away.
Uh-oh.
Oh god, the right. Yeah, I'm out of here. You're going to...
Yeah. It's gonna take a moment.
Sure. It's incredible how good the audio cue for the slash is.
Mm-hmm. One more wave, yeah?
No, pretty much. Poor guy.
Yeah, he got bullied. That was rough. What is that, exploding shrapnel?
Yeah, it's the sticky bombs. It's just a normal common weapon now, sticky bombs.
Hmm. I don't think I've ever
It's
seen
kind of
that.
nice because you can really time it with the shotgun left click, so you can do.
Oh yeah.
Nice. Like for that, this is a 0.9 cooldown shotgun. So let's see how this goes. Ow.
There's not really much point in enemy bombing him, considering we can't blow him up.
I think he's even immune to it.
I wonder, do you think enemy bomb is better into bunch of small enemies or better with bunches of big enemies?
I think it's pretty much both. Because if it's a bunch of larger enemies, you just want to use it in the end, and if you kill one of them, then they just perish. I think it's especially good when there's... Look, it looks different. It's nice enough. Don't know if you noticed.
The missiles?
I think it's nice if you... Yeah, the missiles have a nice indicator now. It's
Mm.
really cool. You can see when they spawn. When there's like one strong enemy and a lot of small, kill the large one, and all of the small ones immediately die.
Like that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Whoa. That's new.
It's a monkey fist.
Monkey fist
Or a
indeed.
monkey paw. Yeah, I thought that looked really cool.
Yeah, that is pretty neat.
I wanted to have another attack in between. Anyway, like I feel like it's nice to have more variety, but it was also nice to just have another attack because in case you don't kill the ads quick enough, it gets a bit difficult with the bullet hell. Yeah. You know, this indicator, I mean, at the top.
Oh, I see it now.
Before it was just an exclamation mark, but you barely saw it because it didn't move. A cool attack.
Yeah, definitely.
It only took me several hours to draw a fucking hand. Because hands are like the nemesis of every artist.
Yeah. I am
But it was
not,
good.
like, of all the things that I'm gonna have to do when I do eventually, like, design a proper custom model, the hands are gonna be a pain in the ass.
Careful HP.
Yeah. I was watching it that time. Oh, I was kind of hoping I could do him in with the enemy bomb. Rip.
Now it looked like he died to a bomb. Alright, look at your loot. There's new shit.
Miniknog Iron Crate. Miniknog Essence Box. Okay, so it's no longer an essential,
it's
it's a
just now
legendary.
Yeah, yeah.
Huh.
Yes. It feels nicer. But it's the same. At least it does one.
Oh, contains a random generated tier 6 weapon. Cool.
You can use those. I have, since you need them anyway.
Hmm.
I take this.
Ooh, that's a cool sound. Got a sniper rifle with a grenade launcher. And an assault rifle with explosive shot.
Also shot is actually kind of decent. It's, I think 50% more damage than the left click, whatever the left click is.
Hmm.
And it constantly knocks enemies back. It's actually kinda cool.
Yeah, friggin', that's a bolter, basically. Anyone,
Yeah, pretty much.
anyone who understands 40k just goes like, oh, so that's what that is.
We can also do this. I think check out what the guy has.
Oh, did you update the guy too?
Selbstverständlich. Whoever made these stairs, I just put them at a really inconvenient distance. But wasn't it you who made the shut up?
Oh, man. Age Assault Crate, Violium Crate. Random unique melee weapon out of a pool of 17 items. 21, 23. So these are like some of like a way to get some of the uniques that can spawn randomly in chests in the game but are not like
Yeah. It's also so you don't have to go to a low level planet to get like, I don't know, a boomerang or anything.
Gotcha. We also have we have the Miniknog gear here, which is normally a mission. I forget what campaign mission you find the Miniknog. Well, I guess it would be in the Miniknog related mission, but
Probably the
yes, but I'm more referring to like I forget what the name of it was.
Yep.
Miniknog tank op helmet. Helmet worn by Miniknog tank operators. Peeking over the horizon, they are usually both the first and the last thing one sees. Enforcer helmet, worn by Miniknog enforcers. Built for the front lines, their exceptional durability is well known across the battlefield. A helmet worn by Miniknog specters, hardwired to their brains that enhances their vision and allows them to render themselves invisible. A helmet worn by Miniknog generals, displaying an overwhelming amount of data. It marks the wearer as a genius of immense power. That does make sense, considering the Miniknog literally is the Ministry of Knowledge. I guess wouldn't that then be the...
Since I made them anyway, I'm gonna make them as decoratives. It's kind of cool.
That is a pretty cool little detail. Is it not supposed to be Miniknog, but Miniknog?
If I wouldn't know better, I would have also thought it would be Miniknog, but there are sound files where they have like intros of each race and they call it Miniknog.
Hmm.
Do you want a boomerang?
I was mostly being funny, but boomerang, that's pretty cool. I don't know what boomerangs are really for, but I know they're weapons, but like...
Because I'm looking for something and since I don't need it... Oh, okay. I'm gonna sell the rest again, so I can keep it if you want.
Nice. Thank you. I like that there's a... Oh, I can upgrade it.
You could.
State of
Or
the
you can
art.
change it and then upgrade it.
Oh, I'm sure I can get another boomerang at some point.
Yeah, there's like the boomerang, they're like the chakrams and the fists where they have like different paths.
Hmm. So is it a piercing weapon that then goes through enemies and then comes back, hitting them on both?
I'm not sure which ones, because depending on what you upgraded to it, I think some of them pierce and others are bouncing back and stuff like that.
I see.
I think for hard mode I'm gonna get some other weapons. Then I got a bunch of elements, I guess.
Yeah, I should probably like have a bit more than physical and ice, which it seems like what I'm primarily running here.
I felt just having a shield is really, really good.
Yeah, definitely. Being able to block some of that incoming fire. Oh, I do have a boomerang. Cool.
I was looking, am I also, or are you under the same impression that, how to say this, there's barely any good one-handed weapons, like melee weapons? I find the Electro Baton really good, and then it's about to end. There's like the Soul Seeker, but the regular swords are a little bit underwhelming. And not bad, but just alright, I guess. Actually, maybe they're better than I give them credit for, because you can stun lock melee enemies with them. Should probably buy a bunch of them.
Meow. Meow. Come on, cat. Jump for it.
Okay, that's what that is. A grenade launch is 0.8, 0.42 damage. Wow. I just got a really good weapon before.
Damn, that's probably a really, like... That's a really weak sword in terms of its actual swing damage, but the fact that it applies the shock effect is going to make it a lot better in crowds.
What is it, 5.8? I think 5.8 is super low, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, let me check.
Well, I mean, I've got another
I
sword
think
here
a sword
that's...
should be... Yeah, a sword should be around 25 DPS.
Like I said,
So rate of fire multiplied with damage.
yeah, that's really low. But I mean, hey, it's got the shock.
If it's tier 6, I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's got the
But
shock.
you can just go and buy one, right?
I
Like
could do.
The dudes that sell stuff. The dudes that sell stuff, you know.
Yeah. They're arms dealers. That is the wrong...
Hey.
I didn't...
I mean, you can also look at through my weapons. The bottom ones are regulars, the top ones are legendaries. Neatly organized. I want every weapon element with every combination.
Hmm.
And then I'm just grinding for the strongest one that exists.
Yeah, I actually meant to go to the Miniknog place to actually get the arms dealers. And I goofed.
Okay. Imagine randomly teleporting into Villain's lair.
Yeah.
Just like, oh, hi.
If people in chat haven't seen your ship before, this place is frigging fire. There's all, like, a lot of custom shenaniganery going on.
Let me put on my dress.
It even has custom music. That's not me doing that. That's the game.
Made a soundtrack for it.
That's dedication to one's ship right there. Not just all of this, but friggin' like a soundtrack, custom aesthetic, everything.
I'm super happy with my ship. So what do I have here? Grenade launchers. Oh, I did something really funny the other day. You know how the Doom cannon, like you apply Doom, right? And then every other hit, basically when they have Doom and then you attack them again, then you can proc it. But you can also proc Doom just with debuffs. So if there's like an enemy that is burning, and then you can just keep firing at it, and the burning procs it. And then you can use the next shot, and the burning procs it.
Oh.
Really interesting. If you buy multiple ones at the same time, it's gonna be the exact same weapon.
Yeah, noted.
Just so you know. I like how it just goes through like like a slot machine.
Look at that. I got almost the same model and the same effect.
Oh wow. And it's just better.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it's better. And it's actually it's a good one. 25.4 is really high.
That shit makes the Oriental Express look quaint.
Why, thank you. That was the point. That was exactly what I was going for. Actually, an attack speed of 2 is pretty high, isn't it, for a sword?
Mm-hmm. Blink explosion.
That means
okay.
that you can probably... Oh, blink explosion is amazing on a hammer.
If only it wasn't friggin' electric, so I'm trying to keep the electric to the short sword so I can just stick it on a bunch of stuff, whereas like I want something a bit more like upfront damage wise, maybe a dot. Let's see.
Can you go to a weapon with blink explosion and immediately use blink explosion? Oh, that's a good one. Because blink explosion also makes you evade, right?
Yeah, it does.
It has a little bit of a delay. Huh?
Yeah, so there's a bit of a delay on it.
1 second. Yeah, man, let's go. Let's do melee. I'm gonna get some melee weapons as well.
Blink slash.
I don't quite understand blink slash. It's an attack that I feel just does way too little for how difficult it is to be used. Personally, but I don't condemn it to be weak. I'm just saying, like, I haven't figured it out yet.
Yeah.
Because,
Blink slash is nice.
I mean, I there's certain abilities that was always like, oh, that's pretty garbage, but Then I figured out how to play with them.
Flying
And now I know
Slash.
they are pretty garbage. No. Oh my god, a shotgun with 44.
It's actually a pretty good use of all the pixels I had on me, is to buy a bunch of upgraded weapons so I can actually have a bit more of an arsenal going.
Yeah. I tend to just like to go and buy a bunch of vanilla weapons and then just look at which ones look really cool and which ones are kind of good.
A combination of like
So when you
looks
ask
and
me
power.
Yeah, exactly. Because this looks alright. I mean, it looks fitting for a poison weapon, actually. I hate it when I get a purple ice weapon or a blue fire weapon. Oh, makes me mad. It's like, do you feel me?
Pogo sword is cool, but it's also really hard to use.
Pogo sword is really hard to use, yeah. I think what Pogo sword should do is it should do damage, and every time you hit again, it gets stronger. For as long as you don't miss.
Yeah, like it ramps up.
Yeah, that would be super cool. So we take a sword and a shield. Let me take a sword and a shield. It's like, I have one plan. I'm taking a sword and a shield, and immediately in the same breath. Or should I?
What if a nade that procs blink explosion? I don't know if that's possible. That's probably a little bit too like something like
Nade? Nade? So what do you mean with that?
grenade. A grenade that procs blink explosion, but I don't think that's
And how does that work?
I don't know.
Or how would that work?
One thing you
When
gotta
you hit the grenade, then you teleport to it?
One thing you got to
Oh,
know
yeah,
about
that's
Kyle
sick.
is that he comes up with some wild ideas that a lot of them are really cool, but also sometimes you kind of have to like process out a lot of them too, just because they're just that out there. Him when he throws, random Destiny exotic, like, like rare, unique, legendary, epic weapon from a game that I basically don't play and goes like, what if this in Starbound? Or what if this in Helldivers? And I'm like, brother, I love the way you think.
Brother, I do not know.
Yeah, but I love the way you think, but man, I have no idea what you just said. Like, that happened with, what was it? It was Bolt did that to me with something to do with Space Marine 2, where he's just like, yeah, this unique weapon does like this where you land a headshot and it is like this one exotic from Destiny, and like it completely went over my head. I'm sitting there thinking like, I think I know what you mean by that, even though I don't know the weapon, I understand the mechanic you're going for. And then I actually like went and saw a video of like how the weapon he's talking about works, and I'm like, oh no, I completely misinterpreted that. What it does, I'll tell you what it was, right? It's a sniper rifle, right? That has 3 shots in the magazine and 3 in reserve. Not 3 magazines, 3 rounds in reserve. So you get 6 total. And what happens is if you hit a headshot, it gives you that round back for free. So if you're really precise, it also does 10 times headshot damage. So it's bonkers powerful, but you have to hit headshots. If you miss or you hit a body shot, it does not give you the ammo back. So you have to be stupidly precise. But if you have the aim for it, you can do monumental precision damage and never run out of ammo. The Whisper? Something like that. Worm Whisper, Worm something. If anyone's going to know what exotic Bolt was talking about, it's going to be you, because I don't remember the name of it. Unless he's still in here and can just, like, throw the name in chat or something.
Did not know that spears have... Huh. No, not blink explosion. Rocket spear. Okay, for great. So, why do I take so much fire? I don't need fires. Or do I?
Pre-nerf Whisper of the Worm.
Hmm.
That's what it was.
I have no idea if we're gonna manage this in full melee, but I'm gonna try.
I'm gonna...
This has full melee and equips a grenade launcher.
I'm just kind of seeing what all I have.
I'm kind of tempted to use XX.
Use what now?
2 X's. Yeah, let's try that.
I think that's why he's referring to it as pre-nerf, Kyle. Because it probably functions like the heroic bolt sniper after, or pre-nerf, as opposed to where it is currently.
And then I need to be beefy, huh? Because that's what melee people are. Beefy. Time to order some chicken McNuggies.
Yeah, if we're going like full melee, I should probably pull out full melee armor too, instead of this weird
you don't need
hybrid
to
I've got.
if you don't want to.
Oh no, like it's one of those cases of like
some,
I figure if we're doing this, we're
doing
melee. This, you know. Sniper rifle, assault rifle. I'm gonna keep that assault rifle because that's the upgrade I got. Sniper
now the
rifle.
question is, I take full melee armor. I don't have a strong.
Uh-oh.
Oops. Accidentally muted myself. I'm still here. I muted myself mid-sentence. Not sure what augment to take.
I mean, I'm staying longevity
Healing
because that's just
health.
gonna be nice.
Yeah, I don't have one of the HP giving good ones. So should I take healing, health, or damage?
I'd say healing personally. I think
I take healing. I trust you.
because like it goes back into what we were talking about before about how like regeneration is really powerful, and like this is a thing. Like I found a thing on Terraria, right, where there was this argument over why you would have your equipment forged for defense over damage, right? And what was interesting is that defense ended up being one of those cases of like where like the argument of forged for defense, because at the end of the day you're not playing a game, you're not playing the boss fights to the extent that you need to rush through them unless you're like going for like a very specific style. You're like when you're fighting a boss, how fast you kill it doesn't necessarily matter. It just matters that you don't die in the process, therefore you go defensive, as long as like you're not gaining so much damage that trading for a defense is actually a bad thing. It's weird. Like the way the math works out is like one of those cases of like, oh, it's not actually as crazy as people might say.
Yeah.
And especially in Starbound, when we're already in this case of like, yeah, we've designed a method that makes respawning not as big of a problem, but we still don't want to be respawning if we can help it. So going tankier ends up being better. Is there an autocannon?
That's true.
In what, Kyle?
Auto. Oh, sorry. I thought you were asking me. I didn't see it, Kyle. So what is considered an autocannon?
I think he might
Basically
be.
something that goes. Is the Hyperion an autocannon?
Well, the Hyperion was based off of the autocannon from Helldivers, so I'd imagine so. An autocannon
Then
is.
it is an autocannon.
An autocannon is basically a rapid fire, like technically large caliber,
Heavy projectile.
like heavy gun. It's not typically like man packed, like not infantry portable. Typically it's usually like mounted on tanks or whatever. Like IFVs, infantry fighting vehicles, typically have autocannons. The Gao 8, the Avenger, the ridiculous rotary gun on the nose of the Warthog that you guys have, that the brrr gun, that thing, that's an autocannon.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
But
okay.
it can come in a variety of different things. Like I have this entire like. Also, yes. Like if you want to talk about like, is there an autocannon? Yes.
Is this the modern one? Yeah, I think so. Look at this. Oh, I love the sound of that thing.
Look at what this madman did. The sound. You even see the shells getting ejected out of it. It's so sick.
Walls with it. Like it has how do you call that actually?
Shrapnel.
A little. Oh, I guess it's yeah, sure. Let's call it shrapnel. I think shrapnel can burn enemies, if I recall it correctly. It's one of my favorite weapons because it's just so so hot.
Yeah. It's very, very nice. Has he made the recoilless? I don't think so. The recoilless rifle is... I think I showed it to you before. It's the tube with the big tank shell, the anti-tank shell that is in it, and you fire it, it blows stuff up. But you already have a lot of different rocket launchers that are, in essence, the same thing. Like, we probably don't need a recoilless rifle. Like, this has more to it than just being... Yeah. This has more to it than just being the autocannon. It's inspired by the autocannon design-wise and kind of to some extent function-wise, being that it has armor-piercing rounds. But it also has, like, this effect that creates, like, a beam. The enemies walk in that and they take a bunch of damage. So it's more to it than just the autocannon. But this is, if I remember correctly, is decidedly, like, it ignores defense, so, like, if you're hitting targets that have high defense, will do a lot of damage to it. But not if they have physical resistance like a Crustoise does. Like, Crustoise has physical resistance. That's not armor, and it won't punch through that. That's a different stat.
It's actually interesting they bring it up because I think, well, all the Miniknog, like the tanks, the literally tanks and frigates and whatnot, they do have very high armor. Or I think everything has 50 armor. That is not a basic monster. Like also I didn't want the NPC to be absolutely obliterated by like Doom, the Doom effect. So it just made it 50 because regularly what are tier 6 NPCs I think have 82. And that basically means that whenever you fight something and you use a Doom cannon, you just one-tap them. So it just made it 50, so it's basically double damage against them.
Yeah,
I'm quickly gonna take a bio while you set up.
Yeah.
If you're not finished.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Looking at this gun that I got from, like, the crate, and being like, it has the explosive round, it does kind of look a little bit like a bolter. It kind of has that shape. So that's pretty neat. Okay, let's see. So I've got, that's my physical damage. This has electricity. That's also electricity. I don't need that currently. What I need is... I don't have a fire spear? Oh yeah, here we go. So we're going all melee here, so that means I'm gonna need... I'll lead with a sword and shield. And I'll pack the fire spear. When does the war bond drop? In 3 days. 3/17. And then I'll bring a flying slash broadsword with poison on it, so I can poison a whole line of stuff. And then I guess I can bring the hammer again, which has ice on it.
I have returned, friend.
Wibs.
I was just thinking, do you have the... Oh yeah, you do. The, what's it called, Protectorate sword? I want to try that as well at some point a bit.
That's a kit you're wearing. I didn't recognize you at first.
Isn't it? It's like some engineering thingy. I don't know.
It almost looks like a mech
Kinda like
suit. It's got a weird, like, kind of like
Yeah,
bulky, like, you know, power armor design to it. With the exception of you're wearing a welding mask. Very Iron Man 1.
Yeah, that kind of is a bit that he's like, while he is just this very rich CEO and whatnot, he also is like the inventor of things. So actually, now that you mention it, he's basically an evil Tony Stark.
I can see it.
I have the perfect pants, and that's like they usually are very green, right? Like the perfectly generic item.
Mm.
And they die very nicely. Helmet as well. I don't like the chest piece because you can see this like perfectly generic item effect always.
Right.
With a bunch of green pixels floating behind you, and it's just obnoxiously cluttery.
Yeah.
Should I help you sort some things here, or?
I think I'm pretty good. I'm
Tiers
just
and whatnot?
I mean, I've got most of the tier 6 weapons at this point. It's just stuff that I bought from the whatchamacallem. I just need a box to put all this extra stuff in that I'm
That's
not
a
bringing.
very nice rice sword. That looks super cool. The Rotic face tooth pogo sword. The bottom left.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes vanilla has really nice designs.
Yeah, definitely.
This one as well.
Just really clean, like easy on the eyes designs. It just like it's not like to the point where it's like so simple that it's like too generic, but it's just clean enough, but also just sci-fi enough to be like, yeah, that's unique. That's a design.
Yeah. This one has like a rising slash, and that's also an ability I underestimated a lot because it always felt like, yeah, okay, what's happening? But you can. It's so cool. What you can do is like do a chain, rising slash, and then in the air while everything is up, you hit them again with the first hit. It's so cool, so clean.
Yeah.
And then it knocks them again into the ground, and you can just keep going.
Yeah, you rising slash to uppercut them into the air, and then you slam them back down again with the follow-up.
Super
It's so
cool.
sick.
Yeah. Very, very cool.
Do I have a... I have a blink slash... That's a green, though. Didn't I not get a blink slash poison sword earlier? A trail dash. Giant sword.
Dinosaur is good.
Yeah. I'm looking for... I guess I will just take that.
Actually gonna change one thing. Oh, that's beautiful.
Do I have the sword that glitch NPC fixes? Yeah, that's the Protectorate broadsword.
No idea if this is going to go well. 'Cause I'm not well versed in melee. Let's see. Let's take a little snack, a drink. I'm good.
Yeah, hard mode melee. This is going to be interesting.
Let's go. Okay, I think I'm ready-ish.
Send it.
Do you have an electric weapon?
Yeah.
Let's go.
I don't know, Blink Slash does some pretty big damage. Are you seeing the numbers on this?
Sort of? How much does it do?
I hit that turret for 300 something.
How much do you hit this guy for?
168.
Oh. I just wish it would be maybe faster. I don't know, something. It should do something.
I find that it's really like, oh, it's really good into enemies that are like, you like if you time it, like with this tank shell, right? You time it so the tank shell would just barely miss you. Like in that case, I'm not doing a very good job of it.
To dodge, yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing as like Blink Explosion. You want to use it in a manner where you avoid like other attacks.
Oh, nice. Oh, I should have gotten a spear. Oh, that's gonna be sucky.
Good. Down he goes.
We have 2 tanks. I think actually you can do something really funny with Blink Slash. You can use Blink Slash, and when you are teleported, you swap weapons and they don't go back. So you can get through certain walls and whatnot.
I'll test that when I'm not getting knocked around by the shield.
But you could get through the shield with it.
Let's see. Blink Slash. Oh yeah, you can. Blink. You gotta time it right.
Yeah.
And, you know, be able to teleport. So if there's something in your way, you can't, like, teleport through a wall. Watch your HP.
Oof. Tank man.
Yeah, for reals.
Oh! Randomized tank shell. Oh, I didn't teleport. Oh god, 2 flyers.
Honestly, like, being, like, good about getting those perfect blocks in when you're taking range damage is really nice. Like, it helps deal with a lot of chip damage.
Yeah.
Wonder how much damage this actually does to one of those.
Oh. $100. It's quite a lot.
Yeah, considering they're like relatively tanky otherwise, it's not too bad. Oh, right. Whoa, hey. Holy gun strike, Batman.
Why do I keep...
Oh, shield's coming
Canceling this.
clutch right here, dude.
Nice.
That barrage of gunfire with just raising the shield and just getting all those perfect blocks just negate
And it just
the
goes
entire...
like... Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, but it's such a satisfying sound because all of that is damage that you're not taking.
Sorry, what did the... I don't know when Kyle asked that. Is the shield projector attack new?
Shield projector? This? Oh,
Sorry.
good job.
Sorry, I just unloaded my greatsword. Shield projector attack.
Yeah, I don't know what he's referring to there.
This will be very difficult now, I feel. This is like my most scared room. No, it's not the most scared room, but it's pretty scary.
It is a fairly scary room, to be fair.
Which he said and ate a cheeseburger.
The attacks that baddies are doing that looks like an energy shield. Oh, the barrier.
Yeah. Yeah, so what we're doing right now is we're playing... There's like 2 difficulties where you can play this map on, and this is the difficult one.
This is the hard
So
mode
there's
for
like,
this map.
yeah, so there are certain enforcers that can do that. But the hard mode of this room is worse than it. Because now you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Just trying to avoid him as long as I can. Suddenly he's just like... He's so quickly where you are. It's crazy. Like now he sees you and at some point he's just there. Zooming at you. That's what I mean.
Yeah. I'm kind of giving him the Darth Maul treatment, though. He gets close to me and he gets like chopped up by the energy whirl. Shut that down. That's gonna be rough on solos.
Yeah. Oh. It's also that the mines, when they hit you, they slow you down, so he can catch up easier.
Mm. This
Ice is gonna be good here.
this spear is gonna kick ass in this room.
Fire spear?
Uh-huh. The damage numbers.
It's actually kind of interesting because I thought melee is gonna be really hard, which it is just different. But the NPCs here, like, they have a hard time attacking in melee, right? Which is kind of interesting. It's also their weakness. Die already.
I love that it takes a second. Like after you damage him enough, it takes him a minute before he actually goes.
I like it has this typical Starbound big eyes when something is dying.
Yeah.
Oof. Oof. Big anime eyes. Axes are worse than I thought. Kinda sad. Oh, careful. No, they're not terrible.
Axes are very... Well, because axes are basically hammers but smaller, they're very hit and run. You get in, hit, and then you duck back out again. You don't want to brawl with them.
Just very bursty. But so is Blink Explosion.
I think axes
Now
especially
fire
are
and
like...
poison.
Yeah, axes especially are like ones you really want to have dual wielding, so you get that mega chunk of damage.
Yeah. I've now a fire and a poison one, so it at least give both debuffs as well. Which chips them down easily.
I just realized something. These shield bastards that keep throwing the... Oh, yeah. There's a general knowledge in here.
Oh, I think this one is probably someone else. It's a general, but maybe he's general confusion.
Oh, there's different types.
Oh, it's the same type, but I just named the one because that's his name, right? It's just general.
General confusion.
That took you a while. Oh, he's still so beefy. Oh my god.
I just...
But it gives 1,500 pixels.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so, like, hold here for a second. I'm gonna do something. Don't want to reset the room.
No, you can leave the room to the left, but you can't. When you enter it, then you reset.
Hmm. Okay,
You can always backtrack for free. It's just forward is locked.
Right. Maybe you can look on stream and see what it is I figured out that we should probably do. considering some of the things that hard mode is throwing.
Oh yeah, blink there. Yeah. I think the blink is probably really good against the enforcers.
Mm-hmm.
That is good idea. I'm gonna beam up in a moment as well.
Yeah,
Wait for
here.
you to be here.
General suspicion.
There should be one that is just super, like, sad. And he's just general disappointment.
Oh,
I think
man.
it's such a cool concept with just like these generals. Let me change it on my ship. Because I can. Blink dash. I want to get rid of the hammers, the axes. Give me a sec.
I should probably get one of those terminals for my ship, so I can just like blink back and or go back and change it from the ship terminal. From like maybe like put it in the armory somewhere. That armory's due for a rework, I think.
Energy aura. Not enough weapon slots. I'm there in a second. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's all good.
Let's take here the poison one. That's good.
I hope you guys in chat are enjoying this as much as we are, because it's finally it's so good to finally be like playing this and be like into it, you know?
Mm-hmm. Alright, let's go. I swapped out electric with poison on this, and I've got an electric hammer now.
Alright, you've got electric with poison. I can pull... I'll break out ice since we're doing extra damage. Alright, let me turn admin mode off. Duh. I noticed as soon as I walked right through the friggin'... Oh my god. Holy shit.
We both just got... Oh no, you're still alive.
I lived. I hit the heal just in time.
Oh, so close. Oh, the death of shame. You could almost say they unloaded in us without consent.
Oh, shut up.
When you get off a hammer, you lose the aura. Oh, that's kind of sad. If you heal yourself, then the aura just stops. Oh, general.
Yep.
My god.
Oh god.
Not again.
Oh, that was way too fucking close. That was way too close. Holy sh...
Can he stop? Can he just stop?
Okay, hang on. I'm not going down there.
Just the moment you hear, you just run.
Okay, there is a problem with the blink dash in that if you get pinned against a wall by the barrier like that, you just can't because you need to be on the ground to use it.
Maybe you need air dash instead.
Maybe, but then you can't get through the wall that is the barrier.
I don't know. I didn't have dash before. I only had sprint. I don't know if you can dash through it.
Ow.
Okay, I got this. I don't got this. I got this.
Oh, there's another wave coming.
I don't got this. Oh my god, chill. I don't like the aura, it's too tiny. It takes so long to charge. Oh, if I blink, the aura also goes away. It's kinda sad.
That general armor would make a neat Helldiver armor set. Oh yeah, definitely. Okay then, that was rough. I'm definitely getting to the point where I'm gonna have to start dipping into my mana wraps.
I'm already only using the nanos. Energy aura, meh. Kinda sad about that.
Hmm.
I was expecting this to cook a bit. Wave is just on the floor. Link explosion, I know. Good. I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna take a hammer rift link explosion because it looks. Then I take the fire sword and put that back. I take a fire sword with giant sword, maybe? Or is it just on fire at all? Let's do this. Poison, fire, ice, and what's last? Electric.
I think there's a degree of like loadout crafting going on here about like figuring out what weapons of what elements to take and what abilities to like maximize on what we're doing.
I also just like to figure out a bit how everything works. Or like how well things work.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like to condemn things right away. He said after condemning the energy aura after like 5. But probably gonna try that again later. Alright. I've got food, but that's okay. Around there.
Holy crap.
Oh!
You good?
Yep. But a scratch. Just a flash wound.
Just but a flesh wound. I'm glad that when those die, they do not do damage.
Oh god, it's getting worse. I was playing with the thought if they should, but I think it's cooler this way anyway. I could just have a nice animation, that's enough. He almost nuked me. Oh! Don't touch me, senpai.
I'm being very hit and run with this right now, using the energy whirl to go in, do damage, and then ducking back out. Yeah, because if the moment I jump in there is when I get, you know, beamed. Fucking A, he hurts.
He's dangerous. I like how aggressive he is.
He's very commissar coded. Here, I'll get rid of that for you. I need to actually get out of here. Stop knocking me around, fool! There we go.
Level of HP, huh?
Oh, yep.
Level of HP, yeah.
Yeah, I'm watching it. I'm trying to like actually make more use of my healing augment rather than just like immediately punching the. It's kind of like in Helldivers where when you take a single chip of damage, you're kind of like encouraged to just stim right off the rip because so many things do so much damage that it's just more likely you're going to get one shot if you don't immediately heal for taking a slight chip of damage.
Yeah.
And while that kind of can happen here, it's not as like. It's more like when a lot of things gang up on you rather than like just one thing in general can just dome you. So I'm trying to be a bit more particular about how I heal and when I heal.
I waited the rocket with blink explosion, but blinked away so it hit me anyway.
Yeah, or an armor leg breaks. It's just like they have this like injury system in Helldivers that just gets completely nullified pretty much as long as you have stim.
I need to get food real quick. Do you want some too?
I've still got a few. I've got a few things I can use. But like, what's another one? Like there are some enemies that are just regarded as like stim tax enemies because they'll just hit you and there's not really much you can do about it. So you just get, you know, you get your supplies nixed by these enemies that you can't deal with outside of letting them hit you stimming and then fighting them. And it's not very, kind of annoying. Like the Rupture strain was like this for a while. They were bugs that burrow underground and then rupture out from underneath. But the problem is when they do this, this attack is really hard to avoid, or was really hard to avoid, and especially for the host would just get like half his HP just done if he didn't get one shot, depending on what your armor you were wearing. So like, if there's a lot of these bugs, you just take the stim tax, let them do their thing, and then you attack them.
Oh, It's been cool. But I was but a fool.
Yeah, Rupture Warriors suck. Here, I was gonna say, hold off on your healings. I've got a thing. May not use it in combat, but it is nice to like have it like to heal after an encounter.
Yeah. And maybe even in combat, it's good places, maybe.
With how much HP these guys have, it's probably gonna heal them too.
Like trying to poke an airship with a spear looks so primitive.
Yeah, it does.
Oh god.
Where's that?
Okay, that's kind of cool. Money. I really like how this garden just looks. Like everything just looks so good.
Mm-hmm.
Really happy with this whole project.
I'm going to duck back to ship for a second, since this is a good checkpoint.
Yeah, I'm gonna rotate some weapons too. Hammers are really hard to use.
Yeah, they are very particular, which I guess makes sense. It's a giant
Like
fucking
they
hammer.
burst a lot, right?
Yeah, but they're not like, they're the same effect as what I was talking about with axes. They're very hit and run. You don't want to be in a brawl with a hammer. You want to charge it up in cover or like before you make your attack, make your move, hit the enemy, and then duck back out so that they can't retaliate, especially versus melee enemies. Versus range, you want to get them to like line their shot up, sidestep it because of the way like Starbound AI attacks for the most part. You sidestep it and then you hit them. It's actually kind of like a more involved combat system than a lot of people give this game credit for, of like how some of these weapons behave and the way the AI works, of where they aim and then they're locked into their shot and that's when you get them. So you want to make them like aim, jump so they're aiming up, and then when you duck back down, when you go back down, they shoot over your head and that's when you stab them. It's like, it's not as one note as it looks. Like, sure, you get to this point where you're so powerful that them shooting you doesn't really matter, but when you're still learning the combat system, that's when it feels good, where it's just like, wow. I'm gonna break out the Firestorm's Fury because
That's not bad.
because flamethrower.
Oh, I have an idea. What are you, a giant sword? Go back. Oh, pause, and this. A fire. Haha. Well, I'm gonna go try something really nasty.
Oh. How good is the Protectorate Broadsword? Quite good. It has really high base damage.
I'm gonna take that.
Yeah. It has really high base damage for what it is, and its empowerment ability is just even higher base damage. Basically turns it into a mini light. I think it, what does it do? It doubles its damage or something like that when you empower it?
I think 30%. If I recall correctly, let me check.
I forget what the actual number is, but empowerment is very strong.
217 over 167 to 1767 is 30%. But you can also throw it off to right?
Yeah, you can, like if I pull this out. I have 2. No, I just put it away. So it's technically 2 in 1. It's a flying sword as well as a damage boost. So you get the damage boost like this, and then if you... It burns your energy as you have it up, so if you throw it at the last second, you get a flying sword effect on top of that. So it pairs really well with like energy buff effects too. So you can keep the empowerment up longer and then throw it at the end. So yeah, definitely a good pick. All right, let's go. I almost got the wrong freaking one. Checkpoint 1, checkpoint 2.
Okay, I forgot to this. What did I take? Trail dash. Yes. Okay, let's do this.
Did you forget that there's water here and it messes with trail dash?
Oh no, does it?
Yeah. I guess it depends on what kind of trail dash. I think fire trail dash is what I was trying to use and it just doesn't like.
Leave.
Oh god.
Run! Run! It's so menacing. Oh no, it's followed. I don't want him. The panic. It's just strolling down there. And now if you lower yourself here, it's just like super aggressively coming back. It's just like out of nowhere, it's just like so aggressively charging you already. Oh. Right, I got this. I shall duel him.
That wasn't too bad once we actually like cleared the stuff out and kind of fought him.
It's not too bad if he's alone. But if there's other things there, it's so difficult to get anything done with him.
There's a Spectre in here.
Found him. Too heavy. Oh. Oh.
See what I mean? I like see him aim and then I jump so he fires into the ceiling. Oh my god, the electricity.
Actually quite good. Like, generally really good. Stabby. Dagger is so good, man. The stun lock. Just need to be very careful to move forward.
Oh yeah, Blink Dash is really nice versus the shield projector guys.
You mean the enforcers, as you so named them?
Yeah, the enforcers.
Yeah, the blink was a great idea. No. No. It's so aggressive.
Oh my god, the numbers.
Oh, okay, now it starts to hurt. I like how the Spectre's just running away from me, and behind the Spectre is just a madman with 2 daggers chasing him. There he is. Dagger is so good.
Uh-huh.
I'm having fun, can you tell?
Yes, I can.
It's kind of cool to think of all these different weapons as just individual skills. Like, I just used the Trail Dash sword just to get close, but then I swapped to another one. Have you ever stepped the tank in the back yet?
No, but I'm flaming him. I'm giving him the internet treatment.
That was cool.
Ruptured Vials viewers are worse than Crescent Overseers. Easily, yeah. Oh, careful.
Rupture Vials. I do not understand a single word in this entire sentence.
Okay.
But I think that's okay.
So, Rupture Strain was referring to before, where they're the bug enemies that burrow underground and then pop up on you. Bile spewers are these large, fat, tick-looking things. They're gross. They're awful. That spew bile at you, and they fucking hurt. Depending on which attack they can do, they will either one-shot you or knock you over and then kill you. One of these days, like, I guess if you want to, we can go through, like, Helldiver enemy design, and, I don't know. I think it'd be interesting to kind of get your takes on some of these things in, like, an actual, like... In a sense that extends beyond us just chit-chatting about, like, actually being able to see and, like,
Yeah.
kind of, like, poke at these things. Or I guess, poke at them through me if you don't have the game, but, in that same context.
So, final boss.
Yeah.
Are you ready with what you have? Is this fine? There's an ab phase. I have a trail dash. I'm happy. I have a shield. I'm happy. I have 2 stabbies. They should be okay. Ish.
I think I'm okay with what I've got. Keyword think. Let me look at this again.
I think so as well. What do you have? You have fire sword that burns. You have a hammer. And a stack. And a stick that glows.
Yeah. I've also got...
You have something on the offhand? Oh, you have an offhand. Okay, I was about to say. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got the electric short sword. I've got the protectorate broadsword. I've even got a couple of like alternate weapons here. I've got like the flying / poison sword.
Mm-hmm. Probably also not too bad.
Yeah.
You could probably just throw a slash at the ads and then camp on the fire sword until the end so they get at least poison.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have poison? I have only stabby stab poison. I like how I started with big swords, hammers, impact, skill, and I ended with stabby stab.
At the end of the day, it all just comes back down to stat.
Actually, double sword would also be really cool, no?
Yeah. With double short sword, you
Nicely.
can also stun lock, but you can also do those like 1-2 slash 1-2 slash 1-2 slash, and
Yeah.
it's not quite as much DPS, but it's a lot more like. I think the stun lock is a little bit more consistent.
I think it's less consistent, but you have better burst. Like you can just burst whenever you want. The daggers are the ones that keep locking easily, right?
Ah,
But you
yeah,
need to be closer.
that makes sense.
But with sword, you can just hold it and then you go step, 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 and they can go through the chain and then you burst to finish them off, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, like if I pull this one out, so it's like 1, 2, 1. How hard would this raid with Molten Furnaces gear be? A lot easier. This is designed for base game. Molten Furnace is something else. Molten Furnace is like way above this in terms of like sheer difficulty.
I think the hard mode is pretty much in between, right? Like I feel like the normal mode is very vanilla. The hard mode, I mean, it works with vanilla, but I think it would also work with the other, like with other weapons. You still take the same damage, right? It's just things die. You get more money.
Mm-hmm.
You go through waves faster. What I like about this entire dungeon, it kind of just works. Like you can have a bit of a chill time with more advanced weapons, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. Can you imagine what's gonna happen here?
Oh no, but I'm not gonna sit around here thinking about it while the food buff is ticking. Let's get it. Oh, I blocked his first attack.
Locked his wheelchair.
Ow.
Haha, he got you.
I see that.
Oh, he got me. Can you feel the challenge mode, the hard mode?
I feel there's a lot more dots ticking. Ooh. Okay, that's cool. Flying slash does not go as far as I thought it did. That it matters.
Yeah. It's more like fluking slash. Is there a sniper somewhere?
Yeah, he's back here with me.
Now with double fist.
Sniper completely whipped.
So is the concept clear? Oh my god.
I mean, there's more attacks, and the attacks are a bit more frequent with more dots going on, so... it's like it just doubles up the attacks, basically.
Spectre, man. Getting hit by the actual fist hurts a lot, and it makes a funny sound. Now I know that you kind of want to get hurt, just to know how to found it. Oh yes. I kind of like this brain blast attack that he has, but it's only knocking you back, but it's kind of out of the blue.
Yeah, but it just flings you, like, away, which is... It's kind of cool. It's that very get-off-me type ability, which is nice.
Yeah. Which is the typical thing people in wheelchairs do.
Okay.
We're beating up a guy in a wheelchair, you know?
Yeah, but he's like a mad scientist. Of course, you know, we're heroes of the universe.
Or what's
Ow.
left of him, I guess.
Me trying to get hit by the actual fist and is just, like, getting knocked around so I can't actually pull it off.
Spectre is still alive, man. Where are you? So aggressive.
You know, I want to try something. I might regret it, but I'm gonna try something. Oh, that's actually not affecting...
You will regret it,
yeah, he moved. Rip. I'm just curious as to how much
it is
it...
affecting him, I think.
I'm just curious
I
as
can
to...
do it if you want. I don't
I'm just trying to, like...
mind it.
Oh, God. Oh, man. Okay. Yep. Be careful
Yeah,
with
it
that.
heals him percentage-wise just like you, right?
What is it, like 5% per second or something ridiculous like that?
I think it actually is 5% per second. Are you actually evading during trail dash? I think you are, right? Yep. Cool. I like the laser beam light.
Yeah, the laser one's nice. That's a cool little attack.
It's basically attacking the previous safe spots with lasers.
There.
Excuse me?
Oh, just for...
Fixed it.
Yeah, for my experiment, I figured I'd throw some Hyperion rounds his way just to be like...
That's fine, yeah.
Yeah. He's actually going down at a pretty good clip, honestly. Like, all things considered.
Yeah. Okay, who HP? Back there.
Whack!
It's just like any PvP game. Someone is a sniper and he just has aggro of everyone.
Oh yeah, for sure. Bastard.
You can duck the poison and the fire attack, but not the electrical. This is a bit thicker.
Yeah, it actually kind of makes like when you're like engaging him in close range, it makes like actually being ducked down a good strategy, as opposed to like you're not just ducking because you're trying to hit him in the dick or anything. It's like actually dodging attacks. I'll finish you with the internet flamer attack, and then
I'm
he's
still
up.
trying to comprehend what you just said.
What, flaming someone on the internet? You don't know about that?
No, the whole other thing.
What did I say? What the? Okay.
Someone did not expect something.
I wasn't expecting a second
Now
phase.
it's getting worse. And now I feel a bit helpless attacking him from there. Now his attacks are also strong, and so that you don't get thrown everything about at the same time.
Damn.
Proper boss fight.
Yeah, for reals. He freaking hurts too.
And he looks good. You see?
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
Oh, careful HP.
I know, hang on. That was a lot of buttons I had to push all at once there.
Going off to the spectre.
I needed the,
Edit it. As it is my duty. Did he just hit you twice with the same attack?
probably.
Just bounce back. This is horrible to attack him right now.
Yeah, that's a bad spot for him to be. This is one of those
Down here.
cases of like,
Oh god.
actually this makes me want my spear back, honestly. Like, my spear was doing like such work. Just because the reach and the high damage per hit.
It's a bit weird that I sometimes have really issues with just blocking these things. Because they don't notice, how do I say this, with the latency the rockets go behind me and then explode.
Yeah.
It's not too big of a deal. It's the spectre somewhere. Damn it! I'm just really aggressively chasing the specters.
Oh, I got blocked by that fist.
Yeah, it makes a strong fist sound. Like a boxing glove.
I like that the UFO things he's launching are actually like coming out of him in this case, like almost like down, like because in the other one, like when he's in his wheelchair, it almost looks like they appear, but in this case, it looks like they come from like whatever he's floating on.
That's the rest of his wheelchair. It's a 2 wheels,
Oh, I see.
and he's basically like his legs are gone, right? His wires and whatnot. Looks pretty dead. Metal. So the idea is that it's really only the brain that is left. Since the
Yeah.
beginning. It's really hard to attack like this. in this phase as melee.
Yeah. It makes stuff like the flamethrower and the spears really useful because they have the extra reach.
Yeah, I don't have nothing like that. Ow. Oh, nice. I tanked this for the damage.
The spear with the energy whirl is so friggin' nice.
I think spears in general are really good weapons. I think the barrier kind of sucks. It's not. Again, it's just very expensive and doesn't last really long.
I think for how expensive the barrier is, it's better to be used in very precise manners rather than like drawing a whole thing.
Yeah. What you can do is like you wiggle between like two tiles back and forth, and then you just do a lot of damage with it. But, oh, that hurts.
Cheeky bastard. Whoa! That was a lot of rockets all at once.
All the rockets. Okay.
I like that there is like a very distinct ad phase that if you don't take care of will become overwhelming.
Yeah, but that's why I also added something more, right? That the ad phase is in between, like there's more time between the ad phase, so you shouldn't get overwhelmed. And I find this phase here difficult if there's ads. So it's nicer if it's moved back a little bit. Oh my god, that was so high up.
Get down here, you damn bastard.
The patterns. I love patterns with bosses. Yeah, come on, dash, dash, boy.
There. Good riddance.
Careful.
Oh. The shield was still on cooldown. I was gonna like get that last rocket and just go like shield. Damn.
So, how did you like that?
That was cool. I wasn't expecting the second phase, but that
Nice.
was cool. So we got the iron crate again and bronze crate. Random tier 7 weapon, huh?
I didn't want to give anything here that is higher than, or how to say this. Nothing you can get here is something you wouldn't be able to get otherwise. But since you can get... What did you get?
A tier 7 short sword.
Could have been better.
I mean, yeah, it's a nice little, like, as far as, like, just doing, like, base
It's a nice
physical
option.
damage, that's pretty good.
Yeah, since you can kill guards, like there's ways to get tier 7 and stuff weapons, you can get these here as well.
Yeah. Dagger and...
So it's nothing that shouldn't exist.
Manticon Dust Summoner.
But I think this is more interesting than killing 500 guards,
Yeah, definitely.
because that's the rate of a high rate weapon. So every time you do the boss, you get a special crate in addition to it, like in hard mode. And there's a lower chance for higher crates.
So how high of the crate can it go?
Tier 7, 8, and 9. Because
Jeez.
that's what you can get in vanilla.
So if you go all the way up to like 9, that's a gold crate.
That's a gold crate, yeah.
Damn. Gold crate spear would probably just be a god tier weapon, just because how good spears are by default.
Or a gold tier rocket launcher hits like a freaking truck.
Mm-hmm. Pretty dang
It can
cool.
only be the generated weapons though.
Yeah.
Like not the legendary stuff. So basically I just wanted this to be... This is possible to get, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that I noticed in hindsight is that there's no way to get small shields on higher tiers.
Hmm.
Because guards only drop weapons, and only glitch guards drop shields, but only large shields. But I included the small ones anyway.
Hmm.
Kinda
Interesting.
weird otherwise. No one is gonna be angry about the shield, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, what we just did with that, just shields prove their value in like high intensity fights like this, being able to just like negate damage.
Yeah. And also great shields anyway, though.
Sometimes I get the feeling like with these, like this, the manhole cover, I feel like if you're standing on it and it opens, it should fling you into the ceiling.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, I think this was awesome.
Yeah, you did.
I'm really happy about this. This is fun to play. I think
Definitely.
the enemies are interesting, everything. It's a bit diverse. Different rooms and whatnot.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, and now
Damn
one
good
can play
job.
this together. Thank you. Now you can play this to get like gear and everything,
Mm-hmm.
which makes it a really good like transition to the other one, right? Like we also got quite a lot of money from this.
Yeah, most of which I'm burning on
If
like
he wouldn't die.
replacement meds.
You still have 75,000 voxels, right?
Oh yeah, I have a ton of boxes and other whatnot. So,
Thingamajigs.
thingamajigs.
I love that word. Should we see how a run goes with high tier weapons? Like with the special ones? Or is it getting too late? You're
Yes.
already on a 4-hour stream because you have like you said you wanted 3 hours.
Yeah, but I spent a good chunk of that talking. I'm still actually pretty... I've still got some energy going, but I should at least take a break and get food before we run that again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
Methinks. Oops.
Rocket spears, true.
39-minute break.
14-minute break. That's a bit.
Yeah, no, my breaks are... Unlike a lot of streamers, Bolt, I typically don't take breaks that extend longer than 15 minutes, and even then, that's kind of rare. I shoot for around 10. Mostly because...
But he wrote 39.
I don't know, random number? I don't get it.
Oh, sorry, I'm an idiot. I just thought you wrote that. I didn't even look at the name. I was like, oh, you're just announcing break. Okay, cool. Because I was just looking different color name. I was like, okay, let's do a 39-minute break. I'm like, okay, that's maybe a bit long.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. No. Nope.
Because I was like, okay,
I'm going
love me to
to...
death, but then it's 5 a.m. for me.
I'm gonna stuff all of this. Like, I'll reorganize all this later. I'm gonna stuff the majority of this stuff just into a crate.
Alright, my consensus for this is Dagger fucking rocks.
Yeah, double daggers. Sick.
I have a poison dagger that has 31 DPS. That's crazy. That's like the same damage almost as the flame sword. just that you have 2.
It is kind of nuts.
I mean, they do force you to be full on in the face, right? Like someone who would go in someone's face and then unload a weapon or something.
Mm-hmm.
But still, it's kind of nuts. Trail dash. Trail dash was also good. Blink explosion is good. You used energy whirl, right?
Yeah, energy roll was solid. Okay, now I can actually get,
Oh
you
yeah,
know...
that actually takes for a lot of damage. Dum 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 dum. That's kind of good, yeah. Still need so many melee weapons. I need a specific hammer that is an electric hammer with energy wave.
Is that a weird idea? I wonder if...
Are those all the updated ones, or do you need anything updated?
I
I think I sorted that at some point.
I think you sorted all this. I think these are all the updated ones.
That's cool.
I just realized something. If you have 2 Prismos, you can have them set to 2 different...
Yep.
It
Remembers.
That's pretty cool.
What I noticed is you can have an assault rifle with Okay, this is super interesting. It's like how the game is programmed. Whenever you go to a weapon, you can only fire it once the cooldown is up, right?
Right.
So you can't go to a rocket launcher and immediately fire. Except for when you go to an assault rifle, you can always fire, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they have like very tiny cooldowns for each shot. But if it's an assault rifle that has like a burst fire, it also can immediately fire.
Interesting.
Even though you have to wait a bit, right? Technically. Which makes sense, because it's like you want to go to a pew-pew weapon right away and like go to it and fire. But the alt ability, the burst, what is it called? Explosive burst, also has only a cooldown, but you can always fire it right away. If you have 2 assault rifles with that, you can just tap back and forth, go like... It's kind of wild.
Yeah, that is pretty nuts.
They're tier 10, Kyle. Although in code I wrote them as tier 8, but they're balanced like tier 10. I don't remember why I made it tier 8. I think originally the plan was that it's just a bit higher than the vanilla. But then I got overboard.
Yeah, naturally.
I wanted to make the enemies harder, so just kinda... I was young.
I was about to say, you're not that old.
I'm pretty old.
Unk status on
I'm
the
past
internet.
my 30s, like... If you're playing video games and are, like, over 30, you're basically a mummy.
Yeah. Me over here closing in on 100. Robot things. Beep burp. What the fuck was that attitude that I just randomly pull out?
Robot things, people.
Just
Honestly.
suddenly sassy.
Just random brain fart.
The train is
How-
dev tier.
There you go.
Yeah. The train
Is dev tier. That is
nuts.
true.
Well, I've got a pretty nice little loadout there. I've got most of my standard kit. pistol and a shield. Because of course, gotta have something with the shield if we're gonna run hard mode again. Because the shield is just coming in so clutch. Got my invisibombs. Don't work on the ship because of the way the ship works. Rocket pods, got the Hyperion to punch through armor. And I've got the Prismo because the Prismo's sick. A Saloon Rumbler. Apex Predator. Did you see it lag the game there? And of course,
What
the
lagged the
Atomic
game?
Mongoose. The Apex Predator when I kicked the when I hit the overdrive.
It's such a cool. That is such a hot weapon.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
No pun intended.
Okay, I'm gonna put the BRB up, and then we'll come back to do one more run with all of our mega tier gear. It's not mega tier, but you know, relative to the rest of the thing. If only I could die with that loadout. If only. If only. Though, you know what though? Honestly, the way like the M4 is set up, like this would probably be treated like a standard Liberator, and you know, the entire community would go like, "Oh, the M4 is underpowered," because that's just how they are. I don't think they're never gonna make an assault rifle that the community will like, even though I think they're all fairly fine. Robot things be... God damn it, that's why you got so quiet. That's why you got so quiet.
Robot things, beep boop.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Oh, I have such a good idea what I'm gonna do. All right. Also, I'm also gonna quickly grab something, take a tiny bio.
Yep. BRB.
Minutes stretching. Bye.
You know what I forgot to do before I got up? I don't think Zion's back. Oh, there he is.
I just sat down. That was creepy as fuck, man.
That was good timing. I forgot to go into admin mode or use a bed.
Did you perish?
All my stuff is scattered all over the friggin' the deck. Just rip. Oh well.
Oh, at least it's on the ship.
Yeah, at least.
I just made the most perfect god tier sandwich. And it's, oh my god, it's so good.
Envious.
Fuck yeah.
I have a beef stew with carrots and potato and a couple of other things in there.
That's nice.
Mm-hmm. Delicious. This kind of thing is like staple Met cuisine. Meat stews, meat steaks, meat everything. Make sure the cultivator's cradle is stocked with respawn stuff, because I noticed when I was in the, I would go back here, I would get the invuln buff to drop back in, but I wouldn't have my meds situated, so I'd have to do that under the effects of the invuln buff, and it's like, oh, right.
Oh, I see.
The whole point is to go to the cradle, get rearmed, and then go back in.
At least be able to pick up one of the healing items to put them up in the bar already.
Yeah,
So I
exactly.
can just walk around and it sorts it itself.
No! My manwich.
Your man, what?
You heard me?
I mean, I heard it, I'm just like, at the same time, like, what?
Exactly.
I'm contemplating if I should take Daddy Long Shot. Or if that is just cheating.
That's probably just overkill cheating at this point. Like, we all know what that thing does, and if you don't, it deletes things. It's a delete button.
It's just the what is it, the third or the fourth shot?
While under all the positive damage buffs when you take the extinction augment and all that stuff, and it just hits for like 1,500 armor piercing damage.
Yeah, it's beyond nuts.
It's half a tank.
Where's my friggin'... Oh, am I carrying my own compressor? Yeah, that's why I can't find it. Duh. I have so much friggin' furniture. This is restock stuff that I really should just be doing off stream, but whatever. Might as well get it while I'm working on getting my dinner eaten and all that.
Yeah, same.
The soundtrack that plays there is so freaking epic. Like, that's just one of those Starbound tracks, like at the Cultivator's Cradle.
Yep.
Like, Starbound has very chill music for the most part, but like sometimes you just listen to its track and goes like, oh my god, this is so like grand and epic.
It's grand, yeah.
I see you messing with me there. God damn it. I was almost done too.
I really love this one. It's one of my favorite weapons.
Let's do a flamethrower.
Now is the nitro.
Mm-hmm.
It also has this super cool, like, it's the same as the, how to say this? There's a loon rumbler, right? Like, it just feels, the sound makes it just feel so cool. Like, this attack is just, ah, yes.
It's very punchy.
Yeah. Nitroglycerin.
The nitroglycerin.
It's like a piercing shot that does enemy bomb for a short time. It's like something you want to kill enemies with.
Ah, right.
Particles as well is so cool. And use this one. Alright, I am ready.
Gotta make sure I've got my meds situated, which I currently don't. I don't need 109 stim packs. Goddamn.
Do you not?
I think that even for this, that's a little bit overkill. That assumes we're going to be in there for almost 2 hours running this. If anything, what I really need is a lot of the freaking nano wrap bandages. It's like carrying a crap ton of stims.
Making some weapons for fun. I don't think this is the optimal thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. Like this is my preferred loadout. Not that it's the most effective. It's the most fun for me.
Oh yeah. I think one of the most effective things to do is taking heavy machine guns with energy zones.
Yeah, definitely. Alright, I'm gonna throw on... I think I want to listen to the Mech 5 soundtrack while we bring the big guns into the hard mode for this.
Do you mind streaming this to me? So I can listen to it too?
Yeah, one sec.
Thanks, man. Awesome.
See, we'll start with... That's a fitting... That's a very fitting initial track, The Great Equalizer. Alright.
We are the Great Equalizer.
I thought The Great Equalizer was our weapons.
Probably. We are weapons. I mean, have you seen these guns? Remember this, baby?
Yeah.
Hold on, I need to eat something as well. Rainbow juice.
Alright, rainbow juice. Pizza. Let's get it.
I'm good. Oh, he did not expect her that.
Yeah. Expector that. Ah.
Crazy how much faster things die.
Oh, yeah. Like, distinctly, like, noticeable. Become an artillery battery.
Oh.
Supremely overkill. But funny.
Look how it just sucks everything up.
No one expected the squeaky. Oh no. You know what would be cool? A drone? Ice. Okay, yes, ice. A drone that fires a single big missile. Like a... Almost like a sentry turret, but you throw it out and it'll launch a single homing missile at, like, a target. And it kind of, like, operates similarly to the atomic mongoose, but not quite as, like, nuts. That halves him. One nuke from the atomic mongoose and his HP is just gone.
HP. It's just a rocket silo.
Oh yeah, the way that's working is it's using like homing rockets. It absolutely is just a rocket silo. I don't have the reach to be able to like launch from long range with this, but
Oh, now the big guns.
I mean, there's tanks on the field. I might as well break out the anti-tank slugs. Or the tank buster slugs. It is pretty cool to, like, fire the Hyperion, hit it with a shell, and watch the thing fall out of the sky.
Yeah. Like, this is a tank buster gun, but it works just as well on infantry.
I mean, the only thing that works better on infantry is, like, just breaking up the fire shotgun. My god.
Nothing? Really? Okay.
Oh, I just barely missed the overcharge. My god.
It's just freaking molten. Holy crap. Oh. I was about to say, why is my beam leaning towards nothing?
Oh, 'cause he's invincible? Or invisible, rather?
He was invisible, yeah. Oh my god.
Take that, general knowledge.
General disbelief. Oh, I wonder if I can. Oh, the next time one of those flyers is there, I want to try something.
Big damage. Love the way the cloaker is just like you see the ticking fire. Oh my god, I see what you're going for.
Sadly. I'd have put an internal cooldown in anyway, so. These guys are monsters. That's why the wave waits.
Oh, right.
They're like rustics, right?
Yeah, from those space encounter monsters, right.
Yeah. Poor little guy.
I mean, one thing's for sure, I'm a battle tank all my own here.
Yeah. The bug net.
No one expects the squeaky Inquisition. The disrespect. Oh, the cloaker just in the corner, sniping. I get up right in his face and just shotgun blast. Just, oh my god.
Oh. That was nice. It's such a nice sound.
Uh-huh.
There's nothing nicer than waking up to the sound of a burning Capricorn.
Bet.
Can you shoot invisible specters with the Hyperion?
What, like, what do you mean? I guess just wait for him to go invisible.
Oh, he's burning.
Oh,
Yeah.
he died.
Yeah, if he's invisible, if you can still pierce his armor. Oh, that was nice. That was sexy.
Wait, what happened?
Well, you stealthed and then all the stuff came and nothing landed. Thought that was the plan.
I mean, it wasn't the plan to work out the way it did, but it was the plan of just like, yeah, they're gonna drop in and they're not gonna be able to hit me. But I wasn't expecting it to go like that good. And then of course, like all this stuff down here happens.
Oh,
Ow. Ow. Stop it.
there we go.
Obliterated.
They're kind of nasty with how fast they are.
I just realized that with the smoke bombs, the smoke bombs I'm using, and the fact that I'm using like my M4, I'm more or less using the sniper setup that Bolt figured out for me in Space Marine 2. Vanish, get the damage bonus, and then fire while in Vanish so that they can't retaliate and just do extra damage to them.
It's like immediately near the little flyers.
Mm-hmm.
Dragging you out of the slime.
Leashing me pretty much.
Uppies! Uppies! Uppies!
Be careful not to get me caught in all of that too. That hurt.
Oh, I didn't even see that you were there. Sorry.
Oh, the enforcers can't... I can use my smoke bombs to get through the enforcer shields.
Okay, because that's how invisibility works.
Yeah.
You can also dodge roll the nuke. Time it correctly. But if you die, then you can complain about lingering enforcers.
I mean, that's why I love the smoke bomb so much, is that they're an evasion tool. Starbound doesn't... It has a dodge, but it's not like the blink dash is a dodge, but it's not in the... I guess it doesn't feel as good as just like in place just went poof, you know? Whoa. Okay, there is a general in here.
Yeah, suddenly you take damage and like, hold on. Where is he?
I see you.
I did. I was like, what are you doing there?
You know they're gonna get it when you hear the missile launchers come out.
Yeah. He was running for his life. And all he hears is dee-dee-dee. Wow.
Oh, I over... Yeah, I see him.
He does not care about trying to be pulled away.
I did him in.
I think I put you in a worse position there a couple of times.
What, with the
Tried to pull
discombobulator?
And I think I just pulled you to get, yeah.
Probably. Oh, that was a good blink dodge. Or blink dash. Right past his poison cloud.
Poison. And then I walked into it.
It really is just... It really is just a orbital poison Gatling barrage.
When you shoot it just up into the nothingness, yeah. Like this, it's just leaving. It just gets worse and worse. Up, up, up.
It's pretty cool though. Looks fucking amazing. This will be interesting.
Mm.
Good?
Mm-hmm. Eh,
General.
yeah. General dead.
That's so stupid. Where is he?
They're both right here.
Ow. I got that too.
There's a tank back there.
General.
General dead.
That's quick. They also fully homed in on him. They are weak to poison to the shotgun shot, like 700. Look at that. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I take care of those, I guess. Oh. Some big legs here.
There's a general there.
I can't act right now.
And I'll have to be careful not to get killed. Uh-oh.
It's catching up. And I'm back. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Whoa.
It's crazy it's a two-shot then.
Oops. That fingered what I was trying to do. There we go.
I think we accidentally spawned two waves somehow.
Not sure how that would have happened.
And with a general.
Oh, there's a general here. He's halved.
Is he? Oh.
General down.
Money. Good ass wave.
Hi, General.
Another.
Nice.
So much easier, no?
You got that big
There's quite
damage.
difference in damage. Yeah.
This is just farming it for money and loot at this point. But if you have these weapons, you really don't need the loot that the game's gonna drop.
Yeah. But it's still fun.
Mm-hmm.
What is interesting is also just basic weapons, but you can use support items from the special collection, like smoke bombs and stuff.
Oh. God, my missile barrage feels a little cheatsy sometimes.
Cheatsy?
Well, I mean, look how much it does to him, right?
600, right? Ish.
It would help if most of the shots actually hit.
Yeah, that's quite a lot.
Ooh, got all 4 missiles there.
Just one of those. That's actually crazy.
Nice.
I can track him down with this probably. Yeah.
Nice.
Grounded. Oh wait, misshaped the pattern. Wow, that random bounce that then hit me perfectly.
That's what I think of you flying around.
All the rockets. Rocket down.
And Hyperion does good chunks of damage to him too.
Another bronze one.
Iron crate, bronze crate.
I'll take the money. You can take the crates.
I'm okay with that.
The money at least.
I'm not sitting on 60,000 almost. I'm good on money for that.
Alright. I have 110. What did you get?
A short sword, 13.5 toxic damage, rate of fire 2. Not bad.
That's actually pretty good. It's 27. Yeah. Shame it's not rare.
Yeah, if only. Machine
Oh, that one
pistol.
looked cool. Eh.
Yeah.
No one wanna go and try? Do you have the Apex Predator with you?
Yeah, I do. Why?
Alright, I'm gonna get an energy zone. Let's see how we can melt this guy.
We're gonna double up Apex Predators.
I'm wondering if I should take Apex Predator because I'm a bit squishy, or if I should take the Cure, like the poison one.
Either or.
Or even heavier. What's heavier? Be there in a moment.
Oh, good.
That track is really cool.
I think that's one of the Dragon's Gambit tracks. Nope, Call to Arms.
Okay, we are taking... I'm gonna take the Extinction Augment.
Gonna go all
Just
in,
to
are we?
see. Oh my god. I mean, I could technically take the not energy armor as well. Let's try that.
Just go all in on
Full
damage.
And then just use an energy zone for the Imperial Caduceus.
Mm-hmm.
And... oh my god, I have 190 HP and energy and 1000 damage.
Jesus.
Goddy. I'm a bit scared of using the Apex Predator with... oh no, it's actually... I'm gonna take the Cure. Yep. The Cure is...
I mean, I could stack my damage a little bit higher too because I have these smoke bombs.
could use the Punk Buster.
Will the Punk Buster have higher DPS than the Apex? Because the Punk Buster can punch through.
Pretty much the same.
Yeah, that's
Probably not much. Yeah.
I think
my god, this is my new favorite weapon.
I think the machine gun stack will be funnier though than adding a rocket launcher to it.
I'm also thinking of Deus Ex Machina. But nah, let's go brr. I'm gonna go brr. I brr right there. But I'm taking the furry brr.
That is slightly busted. Apparently, smoke bombs plus Apex Predator, you can use the overdrive on Apex without taking damage. Because they're invuln. Of course, it is for a very limited time, so it's like, is that how you want to use, like, that's
for you.
Yeah, that's one of those cases of like, I think as far as items go, the smoke bombs are extremely powerful, but how you use them really is like what determines what their upper bound is. Like, if you're using them strictly to reposition or to dodge attacks, or if you're using them to set up a nasty combo like something that does self-damage like this, but also hits really hard. Was that what I think it was?
What?
I just saw you pop one of the purple drinks.
No, it was a galaxy rainbow. What's a galaxy?
Oh.
No, let's not go that far. I've now 804. How much do you have damage?
804 damage. Do it. 480 currently. That goes up to 624.
624 is sexy. No. 624 at 350 HP is insane. Alright, let's nuke that guy. Also, I take this one.
Oh, nice.
Gun. The sound of this gun. Alright, let's go.
Oh, I zoomed out way too far.
Oh my god, I'm running out.
Uh-oh.
I need to actively stop firing. Okay, bro. I am running out of energy in the energy field.
That's impressive.
Yeah, that's mighty impressive. Can we skip the ad phase?
We're gonna come up just short.
Careful!
Ah! I went all in. I wanted to try and skip the ad phase.
Quickly! Need to get here. You got everything?
Yep, finish him
You
off.
can do the honor if you want.
You know, if I would run out of ammo here. There.
Oh! Look!
Ooh, iron crate. Or silver crate, even. Nice. Let me fix my...
Let's see. Fingers crossed. Let me reset the streams and have less delay. See what it... There you go.
Fingers crossed for what now?
Hold on. Don't open...
Too late.
Okay, what did you get?
A machine pistol.
Ooh, sad.
Rip.
I mean, it's tier 8 machine pistol. It's almost 25 DPS. That's pretty damn good, actually.
Random.
8.3 times what? 3.5, right?
Yeah.
Oh, is it 3? And it's 29 DPS. That's basically a dagger.
As a dagger in one hand at range. I actually
It
quite like
fires
its model
dagger.
too. Like, that's a cool little, like...
Very standardy. Oh, no, not even standardy, no. A bit sci-fi even.
Yeah, I was gonna
But
say, it's got the...
Not super colorful, just nice.
Interesting because it looks like you're holding it by what I guess I would assume to be the magazine, whereas like that weird little nub in the middle is actually the handle, but because of the way like Starbound renders weapons, you're holding it by the mag.
I always move my weapons in a different position than the...
Yeah, I'm just saying, but like that's just how like
items
standard
should
gen
be-
works.
Yeah. Kyle, it's 10%.
Oh, got a rare grenade launcher from one of the other crates.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, that one.
Shot 26.5. That's a good one.
It's a
Does
mine
it
launcher.
fire?
It's a mine launcher.
Oh, nice. That's actually really top tier. That's
Nice.
good. Look at the energy.
Breathe.
That is such a cool animation.
Yeah.
This gun had such a massive glow up.
Is that the saber tooth?
No, that's the lone wolf.
Ah, right. I love that it has actual shells flying out of it.
Yeah.
The details like that make
Also,
the
hold
Apex
it behind
Predator
the
and
ears.
not the yeah, holding it behind the ears. Like seeing the shells fly out of these guns is so cool.
Yeah.
Man, I guess it makes sense why the assault rifle is such a pea shooter relative to everything else, because look at the casings flying out.
Yeah, to be fair, this is the vanilla casings, I think. Back then I didn't have the
the specifics. This one are like custom casings.
It's still cool. It's like still a cool detail.
Yeah, and it comes out at the exact correct pixel, I think.
Yeah, it does. I can see it popping out of the case release.
Should maybe get that off the light. Yeah. I can probably give this to you as well.
What, the lone wolf?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that effect does take hold. Interesting.
It's also a pretty pause everyone effect. Like, oh, lagged a bit.
Yeah, like you just stop in the air when you fire it. Like it's very anime.
Yeah. I think it protects you as well. Not quite sure. Or maybe it actually does. That's kind of hard.
Honestly, like that's just a look right there. Do I sense a screenshot?
Maybe I should go a bit to the left.
How do I like?
Over. To the...
I guess I can't screenshot on Steam with the. Yeah, I can't while I'm holding the.
Just press the print screen button, right?
I
But
don't.
there's also a way to hide the HUD if you want that.
I'm not trying to hide the HUD. I'm trying to stay crouched. But I can't. It's fine. I know what I can do. I've got a way to pull the view of it
I
later.
can stay crouched.
Yeah, but it looks more like, it looks cooler if like, cause like I've got the rifle and like the laser sight. It looks more like.
That's true.
Like, I'm not worried about whether or not the HUD is showing, because the screenshot I'm thinking here would be a close in, I guess. I guess I could hide the HUD and just do something like this. Basically what I'm doing is I'm just able to pull the whatchamacallit.
I can give you this.
Yeah, like that's better. That way you can actually see like the gun barrel kind of poking up a little bit.
Sorry. There we go.
See, and just being like this, I can just capture a whatchamacallit. I guess I should probably have the Discord overlay off, because I think it captures the Discord overlay too, but whatever. I was gonna crop it anyways. It's such a cool look, though.
Yeah.
Are you slower than me?
But yeah, this... yeah, because I have the extinction augment. I
Oh,
am
right.
generally super slow. This is me running.
Right, I forgot extinction slows you down.
Yeah. Right now I'm lagging behind. Oh, it's catching up. There we go. Suit me, even if a child. Blah blah blah. Ooh.
Hmm?
I'm lagging again.
What the heck?
Oh god.
Interesting.
Okay, I'm there. But yeah, this is the Miniknog update. Thank you for coming to my pep talk.
Yeah. Honestly, I think you cooked with this one. I mean, you always cook, but you really cooked with this one. So...
Why, thank you. Yeah, I think this is a really... This went well. This went really well. It's also just like getting better and better and easier and faster and whatnot with like just making custom things like not giving them special attacks and like each of the enemies just giving them the right amount of range and at which they start running away from and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. There is like, it's one of those cases like you're getting into that flow of actually like making stuff the way you want it to be, rather than having to figure out where that actually is.
Now, to end this, I'm gonna... It's cool. Miniknog resident. There he is. Copy. /admin. Might want to get a bit over here.
Uh-oh. Oh god.
Can you do this?
How many did you spawn?
I think 6, 7. Oh
I
my
see
god, I
7.
hate that I just said that.
Good job.
No. Oh, they're coming. Oh lord, they're
God.
coming. Jesus Christ, that is thick.
That is ridiculous.
Model me with his naked dick.
What?
Oh. What the hell? Look at all the mines there. The moment you just go down there, they're just all coming. And not in a fun way. Holy crap.
That's why I'm not going down there. At least, not right away. My.
And then they get their katanas.
Holy.
Also, just the dash particles are so cool.
This is one of those cases where knowing how and when to use cover is really good. And by how and when, I mean something solid and all the time. Honestly, like...
Oh! Nuke him. If you can't beat him, then nuke him.
Come on down here.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Mistakes have been made.
Not yet, not yet.
And they just survived the nuke.
Yeah, they have fat damage resist.
50. I think real, like I think they have like 2000 HP and 50% damage reduction. Ish. 2-4 something. Between 4 and 5,000 effective HP.
Good job, buddy. Dude charged into that.
So what are the names of these guys? We have General...
Well, that other guy's going to the general hospital, so...
Oh. General Assembly. That's good. Later that night, hey, have you been at General Con?
Oh god.
It was applause. Their dashes are so cool. It's just cool that they walk very calmly, right? Like it's
you're not expecting them to just whip out the laser katana and then just start dashing so far and so quickly.
So anyway, I started dashing.
I also really like the pistols. Maybe I'm gonna make these weapons. Would be cool.
Oh, that's 3 in 1 Molotov.
You might be able to fire. Can you go to the Hyperion using Hyperion right mouse button on left mouse
What now? You kind of lagged
before
out.
it disappears? Ah, dang.
Run
I
that
wonder
again?
if you can use a Hyperion right mouse button. Alt ability skill on the mine, and then it explodes because it's an enemy. Or if it ignores it.
Hang on, I gotta reset a thing real quick. Okay, good. That did not crash OBS. Okay, one more time. So on the mine,
Okay, sorry about that.
use Hyperion right and then left click.
Alt ability. Just the
Oh.
alt ability, because it spawns an entity, right? I'm gonna spawn a... And he's at the Captain Noble. If the game lets me. There we go.
Yeah, once it catches up.
Oh no. Oh yeah, there you go. Oh, it tried. Oh.
Yeah, it does just instantly explode.
Wasn't that just you also be very close?
Possibly?
Oh yeah. Yeah, cool. Then it doesn't. That's nice. It's crazy how cool just such a simple attack like kit is to fight.
Yeah, for reals. Do I not have a...
Oh yeah, he doesn't care. I think he can relatively quote-unquote easily just always jump his slash and stay in quote-unquote melee, so he never uses. It's also kind of fun to always block it.
Is when he draws his sword, does him drawing the sword also do damage?
Nope. It's only the 2 frames where he actually slashes.
That is such a narrow block window.
I think when you hear the Vun, then you can already block it, then it always
Oh
seems to be
yeah.
a perfect block. Because he attacks so fast. At least my old version reaction speed kinda seems to align with that.
Hmm. You put another one down?
Sure. Can you zoom out a bit and see from how far he actually dashes? If you go to the food camp, let's see, he should see you pretty far already. I'm gonna put him behind Captain Noble.
Yeah, he already saw you.
Holy, that is a long dash.
He has a normal dash that he just does when he's a bit far away, like this now. But he has
Ooh.
one with a long cooldown that he can do from far, far away, so he gets to you in the first place, so you can not just snipe him forever. It's a bit hard to try to hear you, but not him. That's a really cool enemy, I think.
Yeah,
Really
definitely.
proud of this one. I just really wanted the oh wow effect whenever, like, when he spawned, he's like, oh, he looks cool, and then he just has no chill. And I think that's super cool.
I'm trying to like frame perfect parry him with the shield. It's clearly not
Oh,
working.
it's a bit of a slower shield, right?
Well, I've got
It's
the.
it's a heavy one.
There it is. I'm trying to just tap it. That's what I'm trying to do. It's just.
Ah. Minimum activation time, I think, is 0.2 seconds, so it's pretty spot on.
I think also what partially might be going on is I think he's also hitting me behind the shield if I'm too close to him. Ow.
I think if you get hit by the slash and to block it with the shield. Actually no, it should just block it and then it should have a cooldown to hit you again.
There's 2 hits occurring.
Yeah, there's 2, you're right. Pistol shots, I
Ow,
think you can always
okay.
just duck if it's not too steep.
Yeah, I know the pistol shots I can duck.
Because his aim is very good, so he should always hit the head. He does have a special thing though that the other enemies don't have, that he, even though he fires twice, he can re-aim on the second.
Yeah, I noticed that. You can't use the same tricks on the minions that you can do on him.
Yeah. The tanks can do that as well, but the rest can't. I love all the salute and then just leaving. So cool.
Yeah, even with full tank armor, that guy fucking hurts.
Yeah. I like how you can be more or less calm with him, like just like you can fight him, but if something goes wrong, you quickly start panicking because he just doesn't stop.
Mm-hmm. Guy has
And I
no
think that's
chill.
exactly what I was trying to go for. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I hope you have fun with this.
Yeah.
I think this got really cool. So it's also something we can probably play every now and then,
Yeah,
or
definitely.
even with different characters.
It'll be interesting to see how
gonna be
Goldheart's
the-
arsenal handles all of that.
Oh yeah, that's actually also true.
I won't do that tonight though. I'm already running.
Goldheart. That'll be cool. The Melee Boys. Yeah, I mean, in solo, it's gonna be something completely different again, right? Like, now we were 2 people with tier 10 weapons. I think with your solo with tier 10 weapons, it's pretty different. But it's very doable. I did it with tier 6 as well, like on solo. It's just, it does take a bit longer.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it doesn't take longer, right? Because the end boss takes longer, but everything else is time gate anyway, and you just get money over.
Yeah.
So you don't feel like you're stuck. You're just fighting for a specific time. Which is kind of cool.
And definitely, like, I think hard mode throws, because hard mode throws a lot more enemies at you, you have to be more vigilant about either not getting hit or being on your heels, because if you do get dinged, it hurts.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
So, yeah, I'm gonna bring stream to a close, and Zai, I guess I'll catch you, next week. We're gonna start making this thing a weekly, a Saturday thing, like we used to.
That would be cool.
As best as possible. I need to just generally get my stream routine back to normal, because if I want to beat that 100 streams in a year thing, I need to bring Saturdays back.
Alright, I'm gonna... Oh, no, before... Not that I forget the extinction now. Damage... Yeah, sure. Just wanna quickly fix my gear, otherwise I forget.
Oh man, I should have brought the frickin' thunderclap.
Oh, that would also be cool. Freaking sick.
That big static area would have done work.
Especially in the poison area there at the bottom.
Uh-huh. Dragon's Claw.
There's also one weapon that feels extremely potent is the Quasar, which is the rifle that has a projectile destruction shield.
Mm-hmm.
That feels really, really good.
Steel and magma, brother.
Singularity?
It's a singularity working. You have to be particular about your targets, but...
Yeah.
But, yeah. So, Xanon, once again, thank you for coming on, talking through the design and whatnot, and also running this with me.
Thank you for having me. This was amazing. Is there an auto payoff to Squeaky? Yes, there is. It's not officially finished yet. Because it's gonna be a boss weapon as well. Spoilers.
It's not spoilers. We don't know what boss it's attached to yet.
Oh, it's very clear. It's a pirate weapon, so.
Well. Anyway. But, yeah, I guess we'll figure out what we're doing next Saturday. Could be running this, could be exploring, just good stuffs. So, I'll catch you later, Xanon, once again.
Alright.
See you, man.
Hey. Good night, and have a good time. Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
See yas. Alright. Let me find a raid target. Need to make a point to mute that tab so it doesn't pop up loud volume like. God damn it, Xanon. Not letting me live that one down tonight, clearly. You know what? I'm gonna do a thing. I think he's probably not staying on much longer, but I'm gonna do a thing. But before I do that, let's see. So next week, or I guess this coming week rather, we are going to be not doing Mech Warrior because one of the brothers will not be around. So for the next 2 streams, Tuesday and Thursday, I'm probably going to be doing Bolt Gun on Exterminatus difficulty, which I've started playing on my own time to kind of get a feel for, and I like it. It certainly challenges, like, it takes the boomer shooter, like, super high movement, high mobility gameplay and is like, okay, you can still do that, but you got to use it tactfully. Don't just charge around, because then you get put out of position and then you take a lot of damage. So there's a lot of cases where you want to have a holdout and use your mobility to reposition rather than just being constantly going. At least that's what I get out of it. So we'll kind of see how that works on stream. I'm looking forward to playing. I want to try and play through the entire game on Exterminatus on stream. I know I started playing it on stream and then I moved to playing it off stream and I finished it off stream, or maybe I did finish it on stream. I can't remember if I did or not. No, I did finish it on stream a while back, but I want to play through the entire game on stream anyways, on Exterminatus difficulty. Anyway, we are going to raid out to Good Old Blood Beardington, who's checking out Marathon, so I'm a little bit interested to see what all is about that. And even if he's not being on for too long, then at the very least we are throwing a raid his way, because Beard's a good friend of mine, he's a cool guy, chill vibes in his streams, and all that good stuff. No better place to be when you're winding down for the night, in my opinion. So, yeah. With all that said, I am going to be getting out of here. So, thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and until the next time, remember, keep your core strong and your eyes bright. Gaze out.